everybody, and welcome to Two Buddies and a Lot of Conspiracies. Eddie, you got a nice face on. You looking like you're thinking. You're thinking about what we're about to do. I think that's it. Yeah,
Just looking into horizon.
that's
You know,
it.
oh God,
Me staring hardcore at you, going, "What are you thinking about? What the fuck
yeah,
are you doing?"
it's just like me trying to avoid your eye contact, I guess.
100%. 100%. I'm looking dead you in the face, and you're like, "Nah, I'm just gonna drift off this way."
Yeah, like I hope he's not staring at me.
That's it. Maybe he's looking past my sombrero. Or maybe I'm looking at
Yeah,
your earring and wondering what the hell
yeah,
happened.
yeah. Like why? Since when?
Why? What'd you do? Why'd you do that? And it's funny too. It's like I didn't even notice the earring until like most recently when I saw it like in the big screen. I'm like, oh, he does have an earring. Okay. And then you made mention to the other picture that we have also has an earring on it. It's like, oh, okay, yeah. Well, that's the theme, I guess, from the AI generator. It was like, we'll give him a sombrero, make him look Mexican, and we'll give him a beard, but he gets an earring. It's like,
He
okay,
gets an earring.
fine,
Yep.
fine, I guess so.
Why? Who knows?
We don't
But
know.
I get an earring.
It wasn't in the request. It wasn't there, but I guess whatever. So this the background you'll see here. We are in Rome somewhere. Because going into the topics today, and I do want to say, I mentioned this to Eddie earlier too. After we're done with today, we've gone through 20 chapters, which, like, I'll do a round of applause for us, I guess. Eddie's doesn't have the clap in his Discord set up real fast. So there it is. There it is. Thank you.
There you
Thank you.
go.
Thank
There
you.
we go. There we go.
We did it.
One day
It's
we're gonna use it.
Yeah, one day we'll be ready. We'll be ready to just pop these things in. So today we got chapters 19, which is the Club of Rome, and then chapters 20, which is the Council on Foreign Relations. So both of these, I'm almost positive that you maybe have heard the names of, and maybe have heard that they're bad guys, right? Or no?
The second one,
Second one for
the
sure.
first one, kinda, but no. I was actually gonna say the second one. I don't think is what I'm thinking of.
Okay. The
Like
CFR. Have you heard
I
of it
would
called the
say
CFR?
no. So
Okay.
I'm thinking that one. I have no clue on it.
Okay.
First one, probably somewhat an idea, but the second one, I'm
Totally
going like
lost on.
blind. Yeah, I'm
Okay.
going into it blind pretty much.
Okay. Well, that's good news because we got some interesting stuff to talk about today. So, what I got set up is I got a Club of Rome info, so we'll go over like information about them. Then we got limits to growth video, which you'll see when we go over the info for them. That's kind of what they're all about. And then we got participants, like who's there, and emissions that are, just, as a question. You'll figure out as we go through why I'm looking at emissions. Then Agenda 21 and Agenda 30. Have you heard of these before? Because these are actually big names of plans that they wanted to have happen.
No.
Okay, good.
I try to stay away when I see something that says agenda.
Yeah, that's smart. That's smart. Everybody should feel the same way. When these groups have agendas, that's not going to be a benefit for any of us. Then I've got a documentary, which I was mentioning to Eddie. I got the full one in there. It's 42 minutes, and I was telling Eddie, I was like, I was gonna cut it at say like 20 minutes, and then the next 5 minutes were great, and I'm like, okay, yeah, I need this, and the next 5 minutes were even better, and I was like, the next 5 minutes are even better. I'm like, okay, well, I'm not gonna cut and paste all of this, so we'll just put the whole thing in.
It's like a never-ending cycle.
Dude, unbelievable. Yeah, I was like, it's not worth it. He did a good job. It's a great documentary. So just put the whole thing in there. We'll just watch it. Then we're going to go into the Council on Foreign Relations, talk about some information about that, who's involved in that. Then I have an info video, just a quick video about the Council on Foreign Relations. Then Cecil Rhodes, which you maybe have heard that name before. No?
Nope. No.
Have you ever heard of a Rhodes Scholar? You ever heard of that?
Nope.
Okay, never mind.
No, I have no idea.
We will
about
find
anything.
out then. So
Yeah.
But
So
then
like,
we're gonna have some info on Cecil Rhodes, which I did do a slanted kind of question for him, but we'll go over that once we get there. And the WEF, which is the World Economic Forum connection, to with Cecil Rhodes and with the CFR and all that. And Cecil Rhodes and the CFR, there's a video that I got. Then one world government, just information. We'd ask a couple questions, and then closing. So, before we go into the Club of Rome, so should we read first or go directly into the info on them? Nah, let's read first, right?
that works.
Okay, we're gonna do that.
Oh no, yeah, I said yeah, that works.
Okay. So the Club
But
of
I was
Rome.
just gonna leave you hanging.
Yeah, you did. You did. You jerk.
No,
Uh,
I did answer. I don't know what happened. Well,
all right. So the Club of Rome. In conspirology, the Club of Rome, established in 1966, is an umbrella organization of Anglo American financiers and the old black nobility of Europe, which is charged with bringing into being the New World Order. Since the Earth is running low on natural resources and high on population, the New World Order requires the mass cull of useless mouths, a strategy the Club of Rome has pursued with abandon. Yeah, with abandon. The Rwanda genocide and AIDS, among other disasters, are the dark work of the club, according to its detractors. Then the second paragraph, yeah, the club's reputation for virulent population control began with its publication in 1972 of the widely successful Limits to Growth. That's where I got the video for. Limits to Growth by Professor Donella H. Meadows, Dennis L. Meadows, Jorgen Randers, and William W. Barnes III. The book was translated into over 30 languages and sold over 12 million copies, making it the best-selling environmental tome in history. The essential conclusion to Limits of Growth were, I'm not going to read that, sorry. So, yeah. Then let's, I'll read the last two paragraphs and then his alert level, okay? Overseer of the New World Order, question mark, suggestions that the Club of Rome holds such an exalted position in global affairs fall down on the significant fact that in nearly 40 years, the club has failed to achieve its alleged goal of removing useless mouths from the earth. World population is increasing, not decreasing. Even if the club were the shadowy cabal that controls human destiny, it is demonstrably useless at doing so. We can sleep easy in our beds. Nah, I don't trust it. The verdict: the worthies of the Club of Rome, like all members of elite think tanks, have a self-regarding do-goodery and seek backdoor influence on institutions and nations. In the word, they're lobbyists. The Club of Rome seeks and oversees depopulation of the world. Alert level 1. Okay? So he does not believe that they are bad guys or that they can do anything, right? Again, I will stress that this book was published in 2007. So he has not seen the past, what is it, 20 years or so, 21 years, 22 years? Or no, 20 years, 19 years. My math isn't good
19.
tonight. But
Mathing today.
yeah, I'm not mathing that good today. All right, so let's roll in to the Club of Rome. So, you want left or right? Or you want me to read the
I'll
whole
do
thing?
left.
Okay.
I'll do
All right,
left.
start us off
Um,
strong.
yeah. Let's start with the hippopotamus
That's it.
since the beginning. Um, what does the Club of Rome
Stand
stand
for.
for? Sorry. The Club of Rome is a global think tank of scientists, economics, and leaders focused on solving humanity complex long-term challenges. Famously known for its 1972 report, The Limits to Growth, which warned about resources depletion,
Depletion.
depletion, and unchecked growth, advocating for sustainable systems and balanced development for a healthy planet and well-being for all. What they stand for, mission and goals. Holistic thinking, applying systematic long-term thinking to global problems. The world problematic. Sustainability. Promoting development that balance economic, social, and environmental needs. Challenging paradigms. Questioning established models and advocating for new ones in finance, economics, and society. Policy influence. Inspiring debate, conducting research, and informing decision makers about critical global issues like climate change, poverty, and resource limits. Systematic shift. Building foundations for fundamental changes in global systems for a better future. Key focus areas: environmental degradation and climate
Yep.
change, resource depletion and efficiency, poverty and inequality, governance and societal values.
Mm.
In essence, the Club of Rome acts as a platform for thought leaders to address existential threats and guide humanity towards a more sustainable and equitable future, building on their legacy of influential reports and advocacy.
All right. So their big
So
thing
that,
is trying to make it fair for everybody, right?
yeah,
All the
which in
billionaires
in
in this group.
writing, yeah, in writing they're great.
It sounds
Like,
fantastic, right? It's not all
yeah,
everybody wants these things, right? Everybody wants to be able to just go to the stream, dunk in a cup and sip the water, right? We
I
can't
just
do
love
that.
how I just love how a lot of like when we've been doing like all these like secret societies or like very powerful societies or groups,
Mhm.
how like realistically in paper what their mission is or what they claim to stand by, they're actually very good things.
Yeah.
But if they do it, it's a whole
Therein
different
lies the
story.
problem, is that, and
Hmm.
the way that they're going to go about doing it is kind of what we're going to see here as we go through this. That it's like, no, 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 no. The other issue, though, with having all these secret societies is just you can't really like pinpoint. Okay, so this disaster happened, and it was this secret society that set this up. Like that shit.
Yeah,
It doesn't correlate because they don't have like meeting notes that go out and say, "Hey, we're gonna just bomb Africa or something." You know what I mean? Like this doesn't happen. We don't see that shit. It's all hidden. It's all hidden. But then the next side here is like the fund. I just asked like what the funding is. So the Club of Rome is funded through a diverse mix of sources, including foundations, government agencies, academic research centers, private donors, member contributions, and various partnerships with philanthropic organizations, impact and yeah, impact investors, and even some EU funding, with significant support coming from German foundations and European entities like the Weidenfeld Hoffmann Trust for specific projects. Early support came from groups like Giovanni Agnelli Foundation, which I didn't look up what they are, but whatever. Key funding sources, foundations, major grants from foundations like the Robert and Ruth Huberger Stiftung, Deutsch Post Stiftung, Children's Investment Fund Foundation, Lauds Foundation, MAVA Foundation, and European Climate Foundation. Government EU, support from government agencies, and funding from the European Union for specific initiatives. Yeah, see, specific initiatives. Private and corporate donations and support from high level individuals, businesses, and impact investors with companies like Systemic Limited contributing. Members and national associations, contributions from its influential members, scientists, business leaders, former heads of state, and independent national associations. Academic and research, partnership with academic institutions and research centers like the Stockholm Resilience Center. Examples of specific support: early work on the limits of growth, received significant funding from German foundations like the Volkswagen Foundation, which is interesting. Recent activities like the Rethinking Finance Hub involve collaboration with institutions like the European Investment Bank and European Central Bank. In essence, the Club of Rome operates as a nonprofit, right, relying on a broad base of philanthropic, governmental, and institutional support to fund its research and advocacy on global challenges. So again, like it seems like it probably makes sense that all these governments are like, hey, we need to take, on paper, the government says that it's going to help you. But in reality, everything they touch turns to shit, really. So it
Pretty
really
much.
is. It's like a joke. It's like we talked about before, like the war on drugs. It just increased the drug use. And it's like, really? And they even like offered free drugs or like free shit to people to do drugs with. It's like, okay. So did the government really care about you?
Oh,
Or do they want you to continue your bad habit? It's like, okay, I think the government's not on our side. Any
oh no,
questions? No,
not
not
at
at
all.
all. Not one bit. Any questions before we go into the next bin here?
No, let's go.
Okay.
Let's see. Let's see how this good guys turn into bad guys very quick.
You're going to see a change. You're going to see a change, and I specifically put this in here because so this is a video from the Club of Rome, right? This is
Hmm.
10 minutes, and then I added on like a 2-minute clip after this that has one of the guys talking about what the Club of Rome has to do in the next, 30 years or next however long. All right, you ready?
Yep.
All right, and you'll see I didn't thumbs up this because this is the Club of Rome. So, okay. Here we go.
Was the real message of limits to growth. Chapter 1. The book, The Limits to Growth, was commissioned by the Club of Rome and published in 1972. The authors, Dennis Meadows, Jorgen Randers, and Donella Meadows, published updates in 1992 and 2004. The Limits to Growth was printed in millions of copies, but its results have often been misunderstood or misinterpreted. The imprecise summary that stuck with the book was that growth will come to an end. In fact, Limits to Growth did not talk about economic growth, and certainly did not say that economic growth had come to a halt. Limits to Growth spoke, using today's language, about growth in the human ecological footprint, in growing physical impacts on a finite planet.
That's a great voice.
The aim of this presentation is to
I know,
explain
right?
what the original book actually said, translating its findings into today's language, and to see whether Limits to Growth still had relevance. Chapter 2. The Key Conclusions. Limits to Growth was a scenario analysis of 12 possible futures, from 1972 to 2100. Its three main original conclusions were, using now the words of 1972. 1. If the present growth trends in world population, industrialization, pollution, food production and resource depletion continues unchanged, the limits to growth on this planet will be reached sometime within the next 100 years. The most probable result will be a rather sudden and uncontrollable decline in both population and industrial capacity. 2. It is possible to alter these growth trends and to establish a condition of ecological and economic stability that is sustainable far into the future. The state of global sustainability could be designed so that the basic material needs of each person on Earth are satisfied, and each person has an equal opportunity to realize his individual human potential. 3. If the world's people decide to strive for this second outcome rather than the first, the sooner they begin working to attain it, the greater will be their chances of success. The fundamental message. The three conclusions can be summarized as follows, using modern language. Unless special action is taken, human resource use and emissions will continue to increase as a consequence of growth in population and human activity. Importantly, this human footprint, if unchecked, will grow beyond the carrying capacity of the globe. That is, beyond what the globe can provide on a sustainable basis. If such expansion into unsustainable territory is allowed to happen, decline, or collapse, in human resource use and emissions becomes unavoidable. Chapter 3. Explaining limits to growth, understanding the basic principles.
Yeah, dumb it down for us, okay?
In order to understand the fundamental message of limits to growth, it is useful to understand the concept of the ecological footprint, the nature of global limits, the difference between linear and exponential growth, and the possibility of growth beyond limits equals overshoot. The human ecological footprint. This is the total environmental burden caused by humanity. It is the sum of humanity's use of resources, renewable and non-renewable, humanity's emissions of different forms of pollution, and humanity's destruction of biodiversity. It can be measured as the land area necessary to produce the food, fiber, fish, meat, etc. that we need. At current technology, the average world citizen needs 1.8 hectares to keep his current standard of living. Limits. Limits to growth looked at several different limitations on human activity. Access to non-renewable resources, such as fossil fuels, minerals and metals. The abundance of such resources in the Earth crust is clearly limited. In the long run, we are limited by how fast we can find substitutes. Access to renewable resources, such as wood, fish and water. The supply will decline if we use more per year than the globe can provide within a year. If we catch fish faster than the fish stocks can regenerate, then we draw down the resources. If we do not reduce the fishing effort, stocks will go down further and eventually collapse. This happened to the cod in Newfoundland in the early 90s. The ability to get rid of environmental emissions, such as climate gases and toxic effluents. If a little sewage is added to a lake, it will be absorbed without damage to the water.
I don't trust that.
But you add too much sewage, you kill the lake and its absorptive capacity. This is already the case with CO2, the pollutant from fossil fuel use. The difference between linear and exponential growth. Take population. You have linear growth if the population grows by a fixed number of people every year. You have exponential growth if the population grows at a fixed percentage every year. Overshoot. To overshoot means going too far, to go beyond the limits. If you cut too many trees every year, the forest will soon be gone, in spite of this recurring regrowth. If you build too many fishing boats, they collectively will catch more than the fish population can endure. As a result, the fish population will break down, and the ships will be idle in the harbour as lost investments. Chapter 4. The environmental impact of human society increased greatly from 1900 to 1972, in some cases with exponential growth rates. Limits to Growth said that the human ecological footprint cannot continue to grow indefinitely, because planet Earth is physically limited. Humanity cannot, in the long run, use more physical resources and generate more emissions every year than nature is capable of supplying and absorbing in a sustainable manner. Limits to Growth said that the human footprint is likely to overshoot the physical limitations of the planet because there are significant delays in global decision-making. When limits start approaching, society will initially spend time discussing their reality, while growth continues to expand the human footprint into unsustainable territory. It is self-evident that human resource use cannot exceed what the globe can provide for very long. The human ecological footprint will have to move back into sustainable territory, either through managed decline to sustainable levels of activity, or through collapse to the same levels, through the brutal work of nature or the market. An example of the former would be to limit the annual catch of fish to the sustainable catch through legislation. An example of the latter would be the elimination of fishing communities, because there is no more fish. Limits to Growth provided an optimistic answer. It said that forward-looking political action can prevent humanity from overshooting planetary limits. The 12th and final scenario The sustainable world scenario showed how it could be done, at least in principle, by stabilizing the world population and the industrial output per person, and by the use of technology to preserve resources. In essence, Limits to Growth said that if society succeeds in avoiding overshoot, there will be no need for managed decline or any threat of collapse. Limits to Growth said that it was important to start early in order to achieve a smooth transition to a sustainable world, without passing through overshoot and contraction. Chapter 5.
I think it's the last chapter.
Summing up, the fundamental message of Limits to Growth. Global society is likely to overshoot, and then be forced to decline or collapse because of significant reaction delays in the global economy, caused by the time society needs to identify and accept global limits, by the institutional delays involved in decision-making, and by the time it needs to show result once action has been taken. Chapter 6. Has the message of Limits to Growth stood the test of time? Interestingly, over the 40 years since 1970, the real world has followed scenario number 1 in Limits to Growth. This is the so-called business-as-usual scenario, the world model standard run. Population and economy has continued to grow as they did in the decades before 1970, and as a consequence the world moved into overshoot. This apparently occurred in the 1980s.
We've been fucked since the 80s.
Chapter 7. A new concept of growth. If we measure progress in an increase of quality of life, and not of material turnover, then humanity can grow for a very long time. It would grow in terms of security, happiness, stability, and sustainability.
Yep. Club of Rome.
In one way or another,
That's the guy that wrote the book.
we are so far, globally, we are so far above the population and the consumption levels which can be supported by this planet that I know in one way or another it's going to come back down. So I don't hope to avoid that. I hope that it can occur in a civil way, and I mean civil in a
Look,
special
evil
way.
guy.
Peaceful. Peace doesn't mean that everybody's happy, but it means that conflict isn't solved through violence, through force, but rather in other ways. And so that's what I hope for. That we can, I mean, the planet can support something like 1 billion people, maybe 2 billion, depending on how much liberty and how much material consumption you want to have. If you want more liberty and more consumption, you have to have fewer people. And conversely, you can have more people. I mean, we could even have 8 or 9 billion probably if we have a very strong dictatorship, which is smart. Unfortunately, you never have smart dictatorships. They're always stupid. So, but if you had a smart dictatorship,
Oh man, this
and
guy's
a
so
low
evil.
standard of living, you can have it. But we want to have freedom and we want to have a high sentence, so we're going to have 1 billion people. And we're now at 7, so we have to get back down. I hope that this can be slow, relatively slow, and that it can be done in a way which is relatively equal, so that people share the experience and you don't have a few rich, trying to force everybody else to deal with it. So those are my hopes. I mean, these are pretty pessimistic hopes, but I mean, that's what lies ahead.
So you heard what he said, yeah?
Yep.
We have 7 billion people, and we need to get down to like 1 or 2. And he hopes that it can get there peacefully and slowly, so that we can slowly kill everybody off to get down to 2 billion people or 1 billion people. Let's do it. Let's start today. Like, go get your gun, I guess. Like, unbelievable, dude. But like, and I'm not gonna, I know this is probably gonna get this video kicked off of YouTube right away, which, I mean, honestly, fuck them. But like what happened in 2020 with the stuff that they were putting in people's bodies. I'm just gonna say it like that. That helped. That helped actually slowly cull the people. So, yeah. So what do you think, man? What do you think about this guy and this group that oversees us, makes
I
decisions on our
just
behalf?
I love how like this is the thing that we've talked. I've brought this up like in like one of our previous episodes
Hmm.
when like I said like they always claim of how overpopulated the world is.
Oh, yeah, it's a lie.
But like whenever you're in an airplane,
Fly over
there's so many open
Kansas.
there's so many open field.
Yeah,
Like
absolutely. And it's not all
like
agriculture. Like it's not all crops.
so that's the thing that I just don't understand. Like how can you base yourself and say something and like say that
It's
that is the fact when it's like we're so little
Oh yeah.
like there's so much open space like it's
And there's probably even more space that we don't know about because I still think that Antarctica is, and I think it's an ice wall, and there's more land
oh well
beyond.
yeah there's so much stuff that got like that's what always like fascinated me as a kid.
Seeing all the new
um
discoveries that the scientists have come up with, even
yeah
though they said they're so smart and they figured it all out.
yeah like it's just like there's always something out there.
Like, hey, we
That's
found a new
why
species of fish in, the place that we've never seen before. It's like, oh, did you? Well, good.
that's why like since I was a kid I always loved like legends and myths and all that like
Yeah, where are the dragons?
because there's so much stuff that we don't know about like all those things like to me it was so interesting because it's like our ancestors
Hmm.
like saw things and that's how they drew it that's how they drew them that's how they portrayed it
Yeah.
like and that's how they picture all these things. God
Well,
knows
that's
what they actually look like, right?
oh right.
Like we don't but I mean
Well,
it's always
that's
been
like you've
fascinating
seen
to me
all
like
the
that.
amazing things that were, etched into the walls of the pyramids. Like the thing that
Mhm.
still gets me is the Black Hawk helicopter in the pyramid. Still like boggles my fucking mind, but whatever.
and also to like all the fins and stuff like that that they have their nose
It's weird
chopped
that they
off.
deform all these things, right?
Hmm.
And then like I've also seen a lot
Is
of
it
them.
is it always been like that? Because I remember like being a kid, there was pictures like where they were okay, like they had a nose or stuff like that.
Well, there's
Or
another
is it
question. They could be rewriting history for you as we speak, and then that way you don't
because
know because you're like, wait, did I remember this correctly, or am I in what is it? What's it called when you remember something that?
Mandela effect?
Yeah, the Mandela effect. Thank you. Yeah, like Luke, I am your father, and it's no, I am your father. That's literally
Hmm.
the most
The
most.
best part about the best part about that quote is that there's actual toys that have that recording.
Isn't it funny? Yeah. But you
uh,
know what though? The issue is I think part of the issue is our well, obviously it's all our memory, but the big issue is that uh, you remember I think it was Tommy Boy, right? Tommy Boy the movie.
hmm.
I think he's yelling into the fan, "Luke, I am your father." And I
Yeah.
want to say that some part of that fucked everyone's brain up to where they forgot the original quote from the 70s, the late 70s when it actually came out, and then remastered in the 90s, and then again and again and again because they like to make money on shit that they've already done. But the like that fucked everyone's brain, and then most people probably are going from that reference of Chris Farley saying, Luke, I am your father in the fucking fan, and it's like that's what's stuck in everyone's brain because it's funny. Um, that's weird. It is weird, man. Right?
Hmm.
What a world. What a world.
Because I don't know, like I saw an article about it again not too long ago. Like we already talked about it, but like that, like I remember, I remember like reading my history book and they used to show with their like noses.
Well, I don't remember if the Sphinx had his nose. I think the Sphinx's
Mhm.
nose was always off. Or maybe it was. I don't know. Actually, I have a mythology book, don't I? I do have a mythology book, but I think the dude, I've got so many fucking books.
But yeah,
And the picture there, it's got no nose.
going back to my point was
Yeah.
like it always fascinated me how vast and how big the world is and how there's so many things that we don't know anything about. So
Nothing about.
it always bothers me when they say like,
We
"Oh,
figured
we're
it all out.
overpopulating, we're overpopulating. Like we can't survive anymore." Like,
Yeah.
so what is all this land? Like,
Right.
do you really think that we ran through all our resources when there's so many untouched land
So
and
here's
like
the
water surface?
The other question, though, that you're forgetting to ask is, okay, so we've ran through all of our resources. This is the claim, or that we're going to. Well, why are the profits of all these big, huge corporations still going up, and
Yeah,
they haven't lost product?
yeah, yeah.
Like, okay,
They still keep pumping
yeah, they're
everything.
still pumping the shit out. Unless unless we're all eating the fake meat from Bill Gates, the 3D printed plastic meat, which is possible. I mean, I actually don't know. But to tell you the truth, something to think about is if you actually go and look back, like if you look back at old pictures and old stuff, I'm talking like in the early 1800s where they had the photos, right? Like, well, one, there's like no population, but two, um, like all these old world buildings didn't have bathrooms, and it's like, okay, there's a question there. It's like, okay, so there's no bathrooms in any of these facilities. Are these people not going to the bathroom in this time? Are these people not eating at this time? Are we eating, like, are we supposed to eat 3 meals a day, or are we supposed to just eat like maybe a meal a day, or are we supposed to maybe snack all day and not even like have meals? And how much meat are we really supposed to consume? You saw that they just flipped the nutrition scale, right?
Yeah.
So how I grew up knowing that I'm supposed to eat all this grain and all this bread forever, right? I'm supposed to eat, that's like my main source. And it's like, okay, is that because all the bread makers went and lobbied Congress and said, hey, we need to sell more? And they're like, oh, okay, sure. And so, sure enough, they came out with this pyramid from the government, because it's all from the government. It
Yeah.
has all this fucking bread product. This is supposed to be your staple. You're supposed to just eat nothing but bread. It's like, okay. And then, that's the thing. It's like, okay, so how long have we been lied to about all this shit? And it's like, forever. Your whole time. This whole time, you've been lied to about everything. Every single thing. Don't even question it. Just know you've been lied to about it. Ugh. It's weird. Weird stuff, man. It really is weird stuff. But yeah,
It really is.
it really is. Any other questions about this guy who wrote the book and says that we need to cull 6 billion people? Slowly, though, slowly.
And nonviolent.
And yes, correct.
Don't
Slowly.
forget about that. That's a
no, he
big
said peaceful. He said peaceful.
piece. Well,
Which means that
it's the
there's going to
same
be a
thing.
lot of disappointed people. Can't eat today. Yes. Oh, hey, you were looking to eat today? No, I'm sorry. Or maybe they'll just give him bread. Maybe they'll flip the thing back around.
Back to grains and
That's
breads.
it. That's it. Clowns.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Any other things?
No,
Okay.
that's it.
All right. Let's roll into the next thing here. So this is gonna
I'm
be.
like, I just kept quiet for a few seconds, just thinking, like,
Isn't it funny though?
how do you expect? Like, yeah, we need to get rid of like
just
6 million people.
Right.
Like how?
Well, the joke is.
Tell me how to achieve that.
That's not even like half the population. It's like, no, we need to get rid of 6 times the people. Okay, good luck.
Mhm.
And it's
It's just like,
Well, you'll see here as we go through because I got this here, the participants, right? Like who's involved and then how much like they use energy.
But
So,
this is what I'm thinking too. Like,
mm,
okay, what people you want to get rid of? The ones that
dude,
so pretty much you just want to leave like the 20% of people that are wealthy
well,
in the
right,
world.
exactly. Well, that was the joke that Rob Schneider had in that one video we watched last time. It was, Bill Gates talking about eliminating population. He's like, are we a part of the population that you want to get rid of, or like, what are we talking about here? Like, I'd rather not be in that group. I like Rob
But
Schneider.
also too, let's say majority of the products that these big corporations makes are for the
The poor.
I want to say well, I don't want to say like I don't want to say it like that necessarily. It just means like low and mid and high mid class
No, you're
because
you're wrong. You're wrong there because the issue is that all the stuff that's made that's ultra processed that all these corporations are making are not for the wealthy. They're not. And they're not even for
yeah
like the upper middle class, right? The upper middle class and the wealthy will not eat these products. It is for, and that's why for some reason a Pop Tart that literally has all these millions of ingredients in it is dirt cheap, and I think it is also EBT, right? Can't you get it from like SNAP
yeah
benefits? So you can
everything
buy these Pop Tarts with your SNAP benefits, but you cannot get like fresh fruits and veggies. It's like, okay. So what are they really trying to do here? They're trying to either one fatten us up and stooping us up. This stupidness. They're trying to make us stupid. Okay, so apparently I'm on the way. So they're trying to make us fat and stupid, so that way we can just sit back and accept all the bullshit. It's really what it is. They're not looking out for our benefit. This is kind of the long and
no,
the
but I'm
short
just
of it.
saying like if you take because how much money they gain from those classes, you know what I mean? Like so if they get rid of it, how are you going to keep making money?
You know what's the funny thing though is like I've thought about this for a long time. Like you remember the Georgia Guidestones? You remember hearing about that?
Mhm.
Where they said they need 500,000 people. So and
Yep.
it was like to kill everybody else off and just get to 500,000. I always thought about that too. I'm like, well, aren't these corporations like super money hungry? And then
Mhm.
I don't know if it was a movie or it was like Strack, which I talked about last episode. End censorship, Strack Warrior. I'll throw it out there again because he is good. You should listen to him. Um, I don't know if it was from him or if it was from my mom or if it was from some research that I was doing or whatever it was. It's like they print their own money, okay? So it doesn't really matter. It's not like it's easier to control. So if you have 500,000 people versus 3 billion or 10 billion or 7 billion or whatever the case is, all of those people cannot be controlled. 500,000 or 500 million or whatever the case can be controlled. It's a lot easier to control lesser people. So
I
therein
get that.
lies the problem. But no,
But also too,
you're thinking about their balance sheet, right? You're thinking about their budgets and how much money do they make every year, right?
and also too, like let's say let's go back to it. All these wealthy people don't do like normal day-to-day stuff.
No, they don't do shit.
They need they hire lower class
Yeah, they hire
individuals
middle managers
to do everything.
crack the whip.
They're cooking, they're this, they're cleaning, they're washing, they're like everything. All these farms, all
Yep.
this like how are they gonna survive? Like how are they gonna eat? How are they gonna
Well, that's the joke of them opening the southern border was literally, and I heard this from I don't know exactly where, but it was to get more employees for the millionaires and billionaires that need servants because the people there were either getting out or they fired them or whatever the case. So they needed more cheap labor coming in. And so that's why they opened the border, was to get cheap labor, which kind of makes sense. It kind of makes sense because Americans are not going to pick strawberries for like $5 an hour. Like, it ain't going to
No.
happen.
No.
They're not. They're not. The joke was, though, is that a lot of the people that actually came into the country didn't want those jobs. They're like,
Either. Yeah.
I ain't fucking
Exactly.
picking strawberries. Fuck you. And so sure enough,
Yep. That's unfortunate, but it
yeah,
is true.
that's what happened. They all came in and they're like, I ain't doing that shit. And so their plan kind of backfired on them, which is comical, and I'm kind of glad that it did. But the big issue, though, was like the amount of money that was paid out by the government just for these people to come in here. We gave them cell phones, we gave them hotel rooms, we gave them all this. Whether it's all fake or not, like we look at what our deficit is, kind of thing. It's like it's such an astronomical number. It can't be
And
fucking
also
real.
ruined it for the people that were already here and
100%.
did those jobs
100%.
and did all those jobs, because now they're targeting everybody, including
Yep.
those people that were here
Yeah.
peacefully and already doing all of this.
And I still think that the whole thing is set up so that way we can get a digital ID, which we already kind of have in the real ID, but a digital ID, so that way you can confirm that you actually are a citizen of this America, and they can track everything, and then we can get into our prisons, and soon enough we'll have our 15-minute cities where you can't even leave the city, but like 1 or 2 times a month, or maybe a year, who knows? Yeah, we're if we keep going the direction we're going, everybody, it seems like we might have issues. We might be going exactly where Klaus Schwab and his World Economic Forum want us to go. It's fucking wild.
It's all gonna be like those movies, like In Time, like all those futuristic movies.
Well, the shitty thing would be is if we get to like Ready Player One, where everyone's stacked on trailers on top of
Oh
each
yeah,
other.
yeah, yeah.
Like, that would be worse. That'd be a lot worse.
And
Man.
who knows? Because like everybody's already used to video games and all our generation. You know what I
Well,
mean?
they've been pushing the VR stuff for a long time, and like after seeing that movie, I'm like, yeah, this is why. Because they want us to not leave our houses. They really do. There's a
Yep.
reason why 15-minute cities are a real thing. Like, and don't get me wrong, to tell you the truth, I fucking like I'm all for it. And same thing with even like getting the guaranteed income kind of thing. It's like I'm all for that too, but it ain't gonna be anywhere near what you need to survive. Like I would love if the government said, "Hey man, here's $3,000." Like, thanks. You gonna give me this every month? Like, yeah. Okay, good. I would take it. The issue though is that ultimately they're gonna be like, "Oh, hey, did you get your vaccines?" And I'll be like, "No." And they're like, "Oh, I'm sorry, you don't get the 3,000." What do you mean? And they're like, "Well, these are, you got to do the things we do." And then sure enough, after you, or even if they don't ask you that question, they go, "Oh, did you drive your car this week?" Be like, "Yeah." Like, "Oh, sorry. Well, per our CO2 emissions, you don't get the 3,000 because you drove your car. I know you needed to go to the store to get food, but it doesn't matter. You should have had it delivered by our Amazon or Walmart."
Or
Oh,
like that Sylvester Stallone movie where the only corporation that was left was
Taco
Taco Bell.
Bell. That's it. I'm going to dinner and dancing at Taco Bell. Yeah, they won the restaurant wars. Absolutely.
Oh, that's awesome.
Dude, that unfortunately, when was the last time you watched it? Did you watch it within the past like 2 years?
No,
Watch
it
it
was.
again, because the joke is when you watch it now, you've got a whole nother like view on the whole thing. And when you watch it, you're gonna be like, oh my God, this is exactly what like males have become today. Because males today aren't like strong anymore. You know what I mean? They're calling them simps, right? So None of them have a backbone. And the first video where Wesley Snipes walks up behind the guy that's in there and is like, I feel down today. And it's starting to talk, I give you joy, blah, 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 blah. And then he goes in there and like fucks the guy up. But like, that's where we are today. Like, men aren't men anymore because they've been beating men down for the past 20 plus years. They've been beating that energy down from males because it's toxic. It's toxic. It's like, oh my god, grow up. Oh, yeah, watch it again. Watch it this weekend. Did your girlfriend see it?
I don't know. That's a good question.
Okay, good. So you'd be like, hey, we're gonna watch this movie, and I don't care if you've seen it before or not. We're gonna fucking watch this movie. There you go. I made your plan for the weekend, and your girlfriend will be happy because it
You're
is a good
welcome.
movie. It is a good movie.
No, it is.
Yeah.
Is it the same one? No, I don't. I'm probably mixing them up, but is it the same one where he goes like to the sewers?
100%. Yeah,
And then,
Demolition Man, he goes to the
yeah, yeah,
sewers, and
yeah.
they make rat burgers down there, and he
The rat
loves it.
burgers. Yes.
Hmm.
So yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Go watch that this weekend. And if anybody else wants to, watch it. It's funny, especially seeing the shit that we see today. Watching that now from the 90s, you're like, oh, yeah, yeah. They told us exactly what was going to happen. It's like,
I just love when he goes and he gets all excited for the burger and he's like, "Oh my god, this is so good!" And he's drinking his beer,
yeah.
and they're like looking at him all disgusted, and they're like, "Do you see any cows down here?"
Right. uh,
Oh, those
great fucking movie. Great movie.
very funny.
That was also
Very
when
funny.
Sly was great, too.
Hmm.
Or
Well, it's
the end of his greatness.
when they made original movies.
That was back when they actually had ideas and shit. Or some. Well, you
Mhm.
know what the joke though is when you actually look, like there's a lot of movies that came out in the 90s that we knew nothing about because they already had them in the 50s, 60s, 70s. Like they were already out. There was a movie there, they just remade it in the 90s for us to watch. But they did a pretty good job and they, used what they needed to and they made it actually a decent movie. Now today when they remake movies from like the 50s, 60s, 70s, they suck. They're fucking trash. Don't watch them. It's like when they
Like
remade
even
Total
even if
Recall. That was bad.
even if they remade or like they just based themselves on a story. Or
Yeah.
like they took the name of a movie and they just did it on their own
Right, they made a whole
whole
nother thing and got
perception.
rid of all the source material.
Hmm.
It's
Yeah,
like, okay.
it's just like okay, we have the name and it's sort of
Well, you know why they do
like
that,
the
right?
basis.
They do that because your monkey brain says, "Oh, Demolition Man, I've seen that before. I remember that. That was good. Okay, I'll go see it now." And I'll give them another $20 just to go sit in a seat.
Pretty much,
So,
you're right.
it's a joke. They use the name and then they recreate or they just make whatever they want. They just use the name. It's the same thing with nostalgia. Nostalgia is the same thing. Everybody watching like Star Wars stuff, which I know is pretty much dead now, but watching Star Wars stuff, it's like it ain't the same Star Wars from a long time ago. And it ain't even the fucking prequels that George Lucas made. It's like it's a whole group of people that have agendas that want to push it down your throat, and that's it. So if you want to watch an agenda movie, go. Otherwise, honestly, you're better off just watching what you remember from before, and maybe even showing that to your kids, or maybe even showing that to your wife, or rewatching it with your wife, or something like that. Like, go have fun with it. Enjoy what you used to watch. You can watch that again, especially after such years pass, you forget some of the shit because everybody's on TikTok scrolling and Facebook scrolling, and it's like you're losing your memory anyway. Most of it's going to seem new.
Yeah.
Nuts. So here's a question for you. Nah, I'll read
Shoot
the
it.
left. I'll read the left. You read the right. So moving into the participants of the Club of Rome. So participants in the Club of Rome include a diverse, global, hence the global, group of scientists, economists, business leaders, former heads of state, high-level civil servants, diplomats, and young leaders. That young leaders thing is actually kind of funny. That's why I did the WEF thing later. Who collaborate as members, associates, and through national associations to address complex global challenges like resource scarcity and climate change, aiming for a just and sustainable future. Who they are. Diverse expertise. Members come from various fields, bringing different perspectives to systemic issues. See, that's systemic issues. I fucking hate that because like it's a system. It's a system issue. It's like it's a who wrote the system. The clown's in charge, so it's their it's like the whole thing. Thought leaders include notable figures and emerging voices in science, which is fake, policy, which is nonsense, business, which is corrupt, and civil society, which I guess is also corrupt. Global representation. Members hail from over 50 countries with a National Association for Broader Local Engagement. Examples of member and figures, past and present leaders, former heads of state like Mikhail Gorbachev, which we heard briefly about him in the last thing we did. King Juan Carlos I, Fernando Henrique Cardoso, and current co-president. You like how I read that in Spanish? Co-presidents like Paul Srivastava, Sylvia Zimmerman del Castillo, activists and academics.
Castillo.
I said it right. I said it right.
Yeah.
Activists and academics, Dr. Mamfella Ramfield. You're lucky I'm reading these. South African activist slash politician Sandrine Dixon Decleve, Belgian economist slash activist, key figures, scientists, diplomats, UN officials, and business leaders. How they participate. Membership categories, full members engage in research projects and decision making, while associates support projects. Here's the joke. Decision making, right? These
Mhm.
fucks shouldn't be making decisions on really anything. Like, if you want to, like, throw an idea out there from a scientific study you guys performed, fine. Decision making? Nah, shouldn't be in there. While associates support projects, platform for collaboration. They create spaces for leaders and youth, like in the 50% network. Ooh, I didn't look that up. That sounds bad. The 50% network to develop strategies for change. National chapters, independent national groups with their own members, and activities such as the one in Croatia or Austria. In essence, the Club of Rome functions as a unique platform that unites influential individuals and organizations. Influential individuals, that means they're rich. And organizations to foster global dialogue and action for a regenerative future. Okay, so business leaders, so these are all wealthy people, right? And so I had the thought, I'm like, how are these guys getting to these events, right? And they're
Mhm.
obviously taking their private jets. So go ahead and read the next read the next
But of course,
thing.
how
Yeah.
else will they get
Isn't it funny?
there?
You know what I mean? Like the whole thing's a joke. They could fucking Zoom
uh,
call, but they won't. They're gonna take their private jet and they're gonna fly
no,
there.
they have to go there. Okay, they
100%.
have
Right
to
now.
show up in person
They do.
and just burn all this fuel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fuckers.
Okay. How much carbon is emitted from private jets? Private jets emit significant carbon, with global emissions reaching around 15.6 to 19.5 million tons of CO2 in 2023, roughly 2 to 4% of total aviation emissions, but with the drastically higher pre-passenger footprint, potentially 5 to 14 times more than commercial flights. Damn. Equivalent to 177 cars per jet annually. These emissions are rising, with a
Yep.
43% jump from 2019 to 2023, and disproportionately affecting the climate due to ultra wealthy users.
Mm-hmm.
I love the term. I love the term that
Ultra
Google AI
wealthy.
ultra, not ultra, not wealthy. They're ultra wealthy, man.
100%.
according to studies in Nature and by the ICCT.
Like,
Keep
stop.
here.
Well, here, stop right there. See, here's the funny thing, right? During those years, what did they do in most corporations? Like, you and I had to be somewhere to actually like be in front of customers. But what did they do during those years with people that were in an office job?
No, just sim calls all
They
day.
made them work from home and they
Mm-hmm.
did Zoom calls. But yet these fucks jumped on private jets to go everywhere during that same exact time period. It's just comical. It literally is just comical that they're like, no, well, we're going to fly in our private jets, but you fucks got to stay home. It's like, okay, all
Of
right.
course.
All right.
Who are you to go?
Rules for thee, but not for me, baby.
Exactly. You can't go. I can. I can't
Right.
afford it.
No one's stopping me, okay? But I personally can help in stopping you.
Okay. Key figures and comparisons. Total emissions around
Comparisons, son.
comparison.
Comparisons.
Sorry. Around 15.6 to 19.5. What is that? What does MT stand for?
I'm not even gonna pretend. Metric ton.
Metric tons of CO2 in 2023, representing a significant portion of total aviation pollution.
Nah.
Per flight impact, about 3.6 metric tons of CO2 per flight, with nearly half under 500 kilometers. So that's
So they ain't going that far. You know what
no,
I
they're
mean?
not. It's not even like a cost country, like
No.
or like
They ain't going far. They're just blowing
or
a
like
ton of this
cross continent
CO2.
type of deal. Yeah.
Hmm.
Um, Annual jet impact.
Now you
A
missed
single
one.
private
Per
jet
passenger impact.
per passenger impact. Sorry, 5 to 14 times more carbon per passengers than commercial jets.
Oh, in your face. So you,
Annual jet impact. A single private jet emits as much as 177 passenger cars in a year.
yep. You know, have
Oh
you
my god, that's
the
so
last
much.
time that you bought a flight, did you not see your CO2 bullshit emissions that they're claiming you're going to use because you're buying this flight with 200 other assholes that are going to be jammed in your fucking plane?
No,
You haven't seen that? Pay attention.
no, I have not.
Next time you buy a flight, like, well, and that could just be shame on me because I buy my flights through like Google a lot of times. Like I'll Google search year to
Hmm.
year, and it'll tell me your CO2 emission is bleh, your CO2 emission is bleh, depending on which flight I picked. And it's like they start putting this, they're putting on everything so that way it hits in the back of our brain. That's like, oh, I'm using CO2 to get there. Oh, this is all on me. I'm the bad guy. No, motherfucker. These fucking billionaires are the bad guys, really. Like if you look at it from Google
Who's the
AI,
bad
even.
guy?
Oh,
Oh, and I will want to say this. Like, I think that in recent years, like the usage of like private jets and so forth, like has gone up drastically.
of course,
Like,
because the,
I
the
remember
even more
back,
millionaires made. That's why.
yeah, and I remember back in the day, like you knew it was a thing, but it was like a very, 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 very low percentage of people that used to get in
So,
private jets or own a private jets.
well, the issue though that you and I are dealing with is the fact of it wasn't as widely known. Because they could have been making as many flights on private jets back when too. Like,
But I mean, nowadays, like before, like let's just say, like how many artists had a private jet? Like it was just like very minimal.
but
Like it was just like
but
A1,
you didn't
like.
know though. Neither did
Well,
I.
I mean,
Because right now we know that Taylor Swift is flying back and forth everywhere, and she could give a shit. But yet she tells you need to calm your CO2 emissions, Eddie. Because Taylor needs to go to Paris and back in like a day. Okay, all
and
right, just
go
for fun,
go
for lunch.
Well, and whenever are they married yet or engaged or whatever the fuck? I don't keep up with her.
Fuck them.
Uh,
You know, it's like-
go see her husband or whatever plays
right.
football.
She needs to go to his football game after she got done touring or whatever. So now she needs to fly over there because otherwise she'll miss the game. Right? It's
Of
all on
course.
her. She needs to be
Mhm.
there to support him. Otherwise they'll lose. Okay.
Yeah.
Uh,
Ain't that it's just fun. Very fun.
isn't it?
Uh-huh.
When you look
Yep.
at it, when you actually look at it, the joke is, and so this is amazing. You are going to love the next one that I have set up for us. So go on.
It said, why the high impact?
Yeah.
Short flights. Many private jet trips are short leisure flights. Leisure, which are less efficient and increase overall pollution. Concentrated use. A small group of wealthy individuals, billionaires, CEOs, celebrities,
Well,
are responsible for a large share of these emissions, sometimes producing hundreds of times the average person annual footprint.
hundreds of times. Yeah.
Non-CEO
So your
CO2.
yearly visit to Orlando, Florida to bring your family and kids to go to Disney World and all this shit. These guys are doing that in one flight. Like one flight to like Chicago to Chicago to like Ohio, okay? Like that flight is already surpassed your trip to and from Florida to Illinois and back and forth a couple of times, okay? Just because they're flying their private jet. So, I'm sorry, go ahead. I just wanted to throw that in there. So don't feel bad, people. Take your family on vacations. They deserve it.
um,
You're on non-CO2.
yeah, non-CO2 effects. Beyond CO2, private jets also release nitrogen oxides and cause particulate and noise pollution,
Oh, yep.
intensifying climate impact. Overall context. While private aviation is a smaller slice, around 2 to 4% of total aviation emissions, its rapid growth and extreme per passenger pollution make it a major climate concern, highlighting issues of fairness
Oop.
and luxury consumption.
Yep.
Yep.
Well, so what do
That
you
makes
think?
sense.
What do you think? You think it's fair to let Taylor Swift fly anywhere
No,
she
of
wants when
course not. No,
you're
no.
not
Well,
allowed to leave your city?
I know it's not fair, but
Well, the
they
issue is
get
she's got a ton of
they get
money,
certain
so who's going to
privileges.
stop her,
Yeah,
right?
nobody,
That's
nobody.
it.
Why? How could you stop her?
Right.
Who are
Right.
you?
Who the fuck are
She's-
you?
she can
You get
afford it.
Yeah. Right. And honestly, that's the joke of the whole thing is if you can afford it, you'd do it. And if it didn't like
Hmm.
crush you, you'd do it. And the other joke though, which we'll see in the video too, the documentary got coming up, but the the one thing that everybody forgets about, right? What do trees and plants survive on besides the sun?
Oxygen,
CO2. No.
CO2. Sorry. Well,
Plants
what's the?
plants and trees take in CO2, Eddie, and produce oxygen for us to breathe, right? So
Yeah.
if everybody forgets about that, now I guess if they're going to cut down all the trees, like the Amazon's already been pretty much decimated. So if they're going to keep cutting down all the trees and there's no trees or plants left, then yeah, it makes sense that the CO2 is going to build up. But until that point, like they need to survive too. And then guess what? They benefit us because then we can fucking survive. So it's a very, very weird thing. But there's no reason that we should be eliminating CO2. No reason. None. None. But yeah, any other questions you got about these clowns on their private jets?
No. No.
Because you know these
Think this.
assholes are at this fucking conference and they're part of this group. Like you know they are. You know they are.
No, of course. Why
Yeah.
wouldn't they?
Yeah. All right. So the next thing This year, and I'll actually read both because it's pretty quick, and I kind of want you to hear this for effect. So I did a quick question, and I forgot to put the question up there because I thought I was going to try to be able to fit it on one side, and it didn't work anyway. So I forgot to answer the question. But the question is kind of answered in the whole thing. But I asked $1 million house, right? $1 million mansion. That's it. Just $1 million mansion, which is not what these guys live in. So $1 million mansion versus a 5 room house, like a standard 5 room house. So $1 million mansion can require 10 to over 50 times more energy for heating and cooling compared to a standard 5 room, approximately 1,500 to 2,000 square foot house. Don't even get me started. I didn't even want to ask like a townhouse or like an apartment or any of that. I figured a 5 room house is a decent sized house that
That's actually pretty big.
that
Yeah.
it actually is. And most people actually strive to live in like a 5 room house. So, compared to a standard room, 5 room house, approximately 1,500 to 2,000 square feet house, with monthly electric bills for mega mansions sometimes exceeding $10,000 to $50,000 during extreme weather, which we're about to see here in Chicago, FYI, while a standard home might use around 900 to 1,000 kilowatts per hour per month. A large luxury home energy consumption is often equivalent to 40 standard homes due to size, high ceilings, and additional amenities. So, just as an FYI for people, you and 39 neighbors can literally live in a 5 room house and have as much energy usage as one of these mega mansions. So, just as an FYI, when they tell you that you need to stop using electricity, when ComEd sends you that bill of how good you are with all your neighbors, tell them to pound fucking sand, okay? Tell them to look at these clowns. Energy usage comparison: standard 5 room house, 1,500 to 2,000 square feet. Energy use: average U.S. home consumes roughly 10,500 kilowatts an hour annually, about 875 kWh a month for all, not just HVAC. So that's all of it. That's your electricity, that's watching TV, that's everything. That's not just heating and cooling. Heating and cooling is typically heating/cooling in a typical 2,000 square foot home. A 3-ton AC unit might run, consuming significantly less energy overall. Yeah, that's another thing too. The 3-ton unit, I've got a 1.5 in my townhouse. Most houses will have like a 2.5 or a 3-ton AC unit, which literally isn't that bad, and it recirculates everything. It's better. $1 million plus mansion, 5,000 square foot, or 5,000 plus square foot to 100,000 square foot. Which, look at some of these celebrities that you love. Look how big their houses are. You'll see it pretty much fits within that range. Energy use: 100,000 square foot mega mansion can consume energy equivalent to 40 standard homes. HVAC systems: these homes often feature dozens of separate HVAC zones or 50 plus individual HVAC systems compared to 1 or 2 in a standard home. Even I know we know the one guy who has $1 million house in Wayne, and it's like he has 2 AC units, and it's like, okay, makes sense because he has like a lot of square feet. I think he's got like 3,500 square feet or something. Costs: monthly bills can range from 10,000 to 50,000 for electricity in high demand areas. Drivers of high energy consumption in mansions: volume and surface area. Larger, higher ceilinged spaces require significantly more energy to change the temperature, which makes sense. If your ceiling goes up 30 feet, then yeah, you're going to need to heat that whole area. Luxury amenities: mansions also often include additional energy intensive features, multiple pools and spas requiring pumps, extensive lighting, elevators, wine cellars, and multiple sub-zero freezers, which is totally true. Glass, you've seen that, what was that show on MTV? Um, that showed
Want
all
to be
the
cribs.
yeah cribs. There you go. Yeah, you saw all their bullshit freezers, and the funny thing is they got all these freezers and they got all this shit, and then they got just like cognac is the only thing that they've got in their fridge. It's like, okay, all right. Glass
But
and
also, you know that a lot of those, like back in the day when that show was popular.
they're all renting the houses.
Yes, like it was brought up
I
years
believe it.
later that.
It was all
Don't
just
get me
for the
wrong.
show.
Yes, there was a few of them that were actually lived there,
Yeah.
but a high number was just all fake.
Now,
Like,
I believe that 100%
yeah.
actually, because that's the other joke too. Like when you get these billion-dollar contracts or hundreds of million-dollar contracts, it's like, where does all that money go? It goes to this guy, goes to this guy, goes to this guy, and then you get what's left over. So like there's stuff to be questioned about that, but you're not able to go against the system, otherwise you won't get any of that money. Glass and envelope, large windows, often less efficient than walls, and complex building envelopes can increase heat gain in summer and loss in winter. Honestly, to tell you the truth, windows, especially if you buy cheap windows, you need to replace them every couple of years anyway. Like, I'm losing a lot of heat myself. Mitigation in modern luxury homes. While older mansions are notoriously inefficient, modern luxury homes often mitigate these costs through geothermal systems. These can be 300 to 800% more efficient than traditional gas furnaces or air source AC. Advanced zoning and automation. Smart homes technology allows precise room by room and area by area climate control, ensuring only occupied spaces are conditioned. Which, let me throw a little thing at that run right now. So I remember years and years and years ago, I was watching something. They're like, "Why are you heating your house when you're not home?" You know, just have it start to increase the temperature like an hour before you get home. And by the time you get home, it's gonna be beautiful. I literally did that for like a month, and my bill fucking skyrocketed. And then, sure enough, I called like ComEd or Nicor or whatever it was, and I'm like, hey, what the fuck? Like, this guy, I was literally watching something that said, to increase your temperature right before you get home, let it drop, blah 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 blah. And they're like, well, why would you do that? Why would that make sense? Like, if if you're gonna take a house and bring it all the way down to 50 degrees, and then you're going to increase it all the way back up to 70, don't you think that that increase is going to jack your fucking price up? Whereas if you dropped it maybe like 5 degrees and then back up 5 degrees, maybe you'd use it less. And I was like, you're making a lot of sense. So after that day, I said, screw it. Single temperature. We'll just keep it a fucking single temperature. We won't even worry about it. High performance insulation. Modern high end construction often uses superior insulation to reduce energy leakage. Note, the actual consumption depends heavily on the specific climate zone, insulation quality, and the age of the home, which is totally true. I mean, if you have one of the newer houses with supposedly some of the newer insulation, or at least it was actually prepared better, 'cause that's the other thing too. Like when you look at the little shacks that we get to buy for multiple hundreds of thousands of dollars, it's like, so this is a wood shack with maybe some Pink Panther insulation, and we have to hold up to the winter and the summers that we run into in Chicago. It's like, it ain't gonna work. Now, if you had a fucking brick mansion, it would probably hold temperatures a little bit better, right?
Yes and no.
I mean, no.
Well, because in
The
Mexico,
window situation.
every single house is like brick, so it's tougher. Like if the sun hits your home, yes, but if you're in an area like where the sun doesn't hit it necessarily, it gets, even if it's like not outside, it can get very cold.
Really? Okay.
Mhm.
That's interesting. So okay, beyond that, any other questions you got about the energy consumption of mansions versus regular people's houses?
No, it was the only thing that I was gonna mention They have these huge houses or like this, and really, like if we were to think about it, do they even use the whole thing?
Well, therein lies the joke of the whole thing. It's one human being in a 30-room house. The
Oh,
fuck? When are you ever going to room 12, 13, 29? You
exactly.
know what I mean?
Like,
It's not
that's
real.
that's the joke of it all. Like
It's
they
for
do not.
parties. It's for parties to show off. Look how awesome I am. So it's like the joke of the whole thing too. Like you look at Nicolas Cage. Nicolas Cage has like 8 mansions or 8 like castles. It's like motherfucker, you don't even need one. You don't even need one castle. Like you can live in a
Castle.
townhouse. All your wives leave you. It's like that's what happens.
Oh my god, it's like
It's true.
castles.
Yeah, he
Not even
does.
houses,
Right? He has
castles. Oh.
castles. Motherfucker. Stop buying castles and stop being in really shitty movies. I get it. Like, it's Nick Cage. We'll put him in the movie and
Oh my
he'll do it
god.
because it's Nick Cage. It's like, okay.
That's Nick Cage.
He needs more money for divorces and castles. Okay. All right, buddy.
And castles.
Maybe you should stop one of these days.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Ugh. But yeah, anything else?
No, that was it. I just wanted to bring that up.
I'm in. All right, so I will let you read Agenda 21, and then I will read Agenda 2030. Because here's the
It's like
thing,
a plan.
2021, Agenda 21 is supposed to be by like 2021, right? As far as I know. And 2030, which is actually funny because I put Agenda 21 and I put Agenda 20, I put Agenda 30 and it put 2030 in there. So interesting, but go ahead.
Okay. Agenda 21 is a non-binding voluntary action plan adopted by the United Nations in 1992
Voluntary.
at the Earth Summit in Rio de Janeiro, providing a blueprint to sustainable development to balance economic growth with environmental protection for the 21st century. It's a comprehensive document with goals for governments and organizations to combat poverty, manage resources, and improve living standards through integrated environmental and development policies, often implemented locally as Local Agenda 21s. Key aspects of Agenda 21. Origin. Created at the 1992 UN Conference of Environment and Development, UNCED, in Rio de Janeiro. Purpose.
Un is UN, by the way.
What did I say?
You said un.
Oh, sorry.
UN.
Oh,
United
okay. Yeah,
Nations.
yeah. Purpose. To guide global, national, and local actions for sustainable development, integrating environmental and social concerns. Scope. Covers social and economic dimensions, poverty, consumption, resource management, and atmosphere biodiversity. Strengthening major groups, women, youth, NGOs, and implementation mechanisms, education and finance. Implementation. It's voluntary,
Hmm.
encouraging local governments to create their own action plans, Local Agenda 21, and has seen varied adoption globally. Legacy. Reaffirmed and built upon by subsequent UN initiatives, leading to the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs. Common misconceptions. Not a treaty.
Hmm.
It's a statement of intent, not a legally binding
How many
treaty.
times they got to throw that in our face? It's a non-binding.
Uh,
Like we get it, AI.
Look, it has to say it as many times as possible, okay?
And you'll
Meaning
see
it
why once you get to the
doesn't
next one. Yeah.
meaning it doesn't impose laws but offers
We're
recommendations.
here to help.
I love this. Oh, let's see what it says. Conspiracy theories. Some opposition groups claim it's a UN plot to control poverty. and so, oh my god, it's so funny. And sovereignty through supporters sovereignty through supporters view it as a bottom-up movement for local sustainability.
So the joke is the whole thing. It said non-binding, 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 and not legally binding. And then it's like, well, it's because you guys think it's a bad thing, and that's
Well, they gotta
why.
say it. They gotta say it. You know, they gotta say it so many times. It's like you gotta understand that it's non-binding. Okay.
That's it. You gotta understand that we're not this isn't what is it? What's the old phrase? It's like
Oh.
it's not a demand, it's a suggestion or what I forget exactly. I fucked that up, but whatever. Like I'm not telling you to do this, but do this. That's kind of like what it is.
That's exactly what it is. That's hilarious.
Unbelievable.
Oh my
Oh.
god.
So
I
Agenda
love
20
it.
yeah, right. Agenda 2030 is the United Nations Universal Plan adopted by 193 member states in 2015. So this is 10, 11 years ago to achieve peace and prosperity for people and the planet by 2030, centered around 17 interconnected sustainable development goals, SDGs, that tackle poverty, inequality, and they throw that in your face first. Poverty and inequality, even though, like, if you were writing this out, you would have put climate change first because that's a C. But if you put that first, then everybody would be like, oh, fuck you. Inequality, climate change, and environmental degradation. Balancing economic, social, and environmental needs. Key aspects. Action plan. It's a roadmap for all countries to build a better, more sustainable future, ensuring no one is left behind. No one is left behind. You'll actually see that here. I actually put some funny clips in. 17 Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, are these are the core of the agenda, covering areas like ending poverty and hunger. Dude, please, like, stop it. Billionaires, donate some cash. Health and education, goals 3 and 4. Please teach the kids to read. Gender equality, goal 5. It's all bullshit. Clean water and energy. Yeah, stop fucking putting poisons in our water. And also energy. Go back to fucking Nikola Tesla. He had free energy that was using the energy around us. But yet, no, we ain't gonna do that because you can't charge for it. Climate action, goal 13. Protecting oceans and forests, goal 14 to 15. That's the last ones they care about. That's the funny thing. It's like they don't give a shit about oceans and forests. Integrated approach. The goals are indivisible, meaning progress in one area affects others, requiring a holistic approach. True. Universal and inclusive. Applicable to all nations, enterprises, and civil society with a strong focus on vulnerable groups. That's the thing. Vulnerable groups, bullshit. They make that up as they go. Follow up. Progress is reviewed annually by the UN High Level Political Forum. Good for them. Good for them. In essence, Agenda 2030 is a global commitment to a shared vision for a sustainable world, addressing the root causes of conflict, inequality, and environmental harm through coordinated action on its 17 goals. Conflict is actually created by the people in charge. They make churches, they make religions, they make diversity by, like, you and I. Like, you and I, we're not of the same race as they claim, right? So we should be against each other. And oh, by the way, did you see the Bears? Oh, are you not mad about the Bears? Oh my God. Well, it's all because of them. Well, we need to fight these guys now because our Bears lost. It's like a whole nother division thing. It's just unfucking believable. But any questions you got about Agenda 21 or Agenda 30?
No. It's just another group trying to control the masses.
100%. 100% with their 17 goals. Uh, So, oh, good. This here is the documentary that I was mentioning in the beginning. That honestly, you gotta watch the whole fucking thing. It makes the most sense. Once you watch the whole thing, you'll be like, oh, okay, that makes sense. Because once you get past that 30-minute mark, you'll be like, well, why didn't he just? Oh. So okay. So are you ready? Because this is gonna be a long boy.
Yep.
All right, cool. Let's roll.
I don't want to sound like a fatalist, because I'm not. I'm absolutely convinced that ultimately the principles of freedom shall prevail. I know that that will happen. I may not live to see it.
They're all names
I
you've seen
won't
already.
live to see it. But truth cannot be extinguished.
Agenda 21.
And our great society promotes the discovery of truth, not the suppression of it. And those of you who are involved in the climate change issue know that it is the goal of the international community, those who believe in the Rousseau socialist philosophy of governance. It is their chief objective to suppress truth in order for the propaganda to prevail that supports their power.
As you said,
Yep.
strap in, like tighten your seatbelt. It's going to be crazy.
In a document called The First Global Revolution, authored by Alexander King and Bertrand Schneider, on pages 104 and 105, it stated, "In searching for a new enemy to unite us, we came up with the idea that pollution, the threat of global warming, water shortages, famine and the like would fit the bill. All these dangers, of course, will be caused by human intervention that will require a global response."
Womp womp.
That's the origin of global warming, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
People involved may actually have a pure heart and believe in it the way you do. Most do not. Those who want more government controls are never going to come out and say it. They've got to trick you into it. But the more you follow the usual suspects, the more you'll recognize their hallmarks, and the more you can ring the bell and protect your own community.
There should be
This is a
better
fantastic
coordination
list.
between the United Nations, central
You should
organizations,
try to pay attention to
and
this
things
list.
like the UNDP and its organs, and the World Bank and the IMF, which had drifted way apart from the original intention, which was to work in coordination with the United Nations rather than be totally independent, rather arrogant, looking down the nose at what these people did up in New York while we ran the world essentially through our big money pockets. I just hope that in 5 to 10 years' time we will be at the bottom end of a political leadership trough at the moment. I'm hoping it will come up and we will get political leadership. But we need international structures of far greater power and authority and respect.
That I have a pretty straightforward answer. It depends on whether Donald Trump is re-elected as US president next year or not.
Why would it depend on that?
In a document called The First Global Revolution, authored by Alexander King and Bertrand Schneider, on pages 104 and 105, it stated, "In searching for a new enemy to unite us, we came up with the idea that pollution, the threat of global warming, water shortages, famine and the like would fit the bill. All these dangers, of course, will be caused by human intervention that will require a global response. That's the origin of global warming, ladies and gentlemen."
Peter, what are we seeing on this wall?
Well, you're seeing the history of much of the last 60 years in terms of technology and ideas that have had a huge impact in the world. Jay Forrester passed away last fall, and about 3 weeks ago we had a celebration here of his life. So this goes from the 1930s, in his early, life, 40s. He was actually, if anybody could be called the inventor of the modern digital computer, Jay would be it. He led the team at MIT that built the first general purpose digital computer. That's the stuff you see over here. How IBM got involved. IBM was their contractor. That's how IBM got into computation, into digital computers. Computers.
It's not some science fantasy effect from 2001. This electronic display emanating from Australia's largest computer is a picture of the condition, past, present and future of planet Earth. The program was originally devised by a scientist working from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, J. Forrester. It was developed under the auspices of the Club of Rome by an MIT research team to present a complex model of the world and what we humans are doing to it. The program, called World 1, doesn't pretend to be a precise forecast. What it does for the first time in man's history on the planet is to look at the world as one system. It shows that Earth cannot sustain present population and industrial growth for much more than a few decades. It shows that simply cleaning up our car exhausts and making some small effort to limit our families simply isn't enough. It's like an electronic guided tour of our global behavior since 1900 and where that behavior will lead us.
I like how they put her face.
This is the printed version of what we've just seen on the television screen. What looks at first to be just a maze of computer characteristics is really a system of very simple graphs which project what's going to happen to the planet over the next 150 years if we don't do something drastic to stop it. Down the left-hand side of the graph is the date, 1900, 1940, 1980, 2020, right down to 2060. Now, each of these lines of letters represents a curve showing some aspect of the condition of the planet. The further out this way they go, the greater that figure is. The further this way, the less. For example, P represents population. So here it is at 1900. And then it comes up to 1940, it starts to take off. Here we are at 1980, up to the turn of the century, and then it starts to peter off. Let's now have a look at this next curve, the Q curve, which is the quality of life. And this is represented by, for example, the amount of space people have, the amount of money they have to spend, the amount of food they have to eat. Now, it increases rapidly up to 1940, but from 1940 on, the quality of life diminishes. And here we are about the turn of the century, and we come up to the year 2020, and it's really come right back. More people, of course, means that you start to chew up your supply of natural resources. And this is this curve here, the N curve, that shows that slowly but steadily the pool of natural wealth in the world, natural resources, minerals, oil and so on, is slowly but steadily diminishing. So this is the situation. As population increases, the quality of life decreases and the supply of natural resources decreases. But have a look at this curve here. This is called the Z curve, and it represents pollution. Now, predictably enough, as the population increases up to 1980, pollution increases. There's more rubbish. But from 1980 to the year 2020, pollution really takes off. This is assuming, of course, that we don't do anything about it. So the year 2020, the condition of the planet starts to become highly critical. And if we don't do anything about it, this is what's going to happen. The quality of life is going to go right back to practically zero. Pollution is going to become so serious, right out here, that it will start to kill people. So the population will diminish. Right back here, less than it was in the year 1900. And at this stage, around about the year 2040, 2050, civilized life as we know it on this planet will cease to exist.
15 years, Eddie.
Well, hopefully, of course, it won't be allowed to happen. But it's taken this kind of shock treatment to nudge governments into doing something.
So one of the kind of milestones captured in Kelvy's wall here is a book called World Dynamics, which led to another book, the popularized version, called The Limits to Growth. It was the first complete model of the global industrialization process, how economic growth interacts with all the environmental and social constraints. So today, virtually all the issues we talk about in the general heading of sustainability were foreshadowed.
I came back to MIT.
That guy.
Walked into the office on Monday, and it was announced that a group I never heard about before, the Club of Rome, would be coming to MIT to learn about our computer modeling methods because they were interested in doing some kind of global study.
In 1972, Dennis Meadows was the first to be assigned with such future studies, financed by Volkswagen Foundation.
Then I put together a team of 16 people, and we worked for almost 2 years and produced the work. Limits to Growth was not the goal of the project. The goal was a very big scientific report, and Limits was written as an afterthought. What we said is that exponential growth will take us to the limits very soon. Actually, if you look at our book, our 1972 book, although we showed many different scenarios, all of them show that growth stops sometime in the period of 2020 to, let's say, 2060. So soon.
This little sketch here is the first world dynamics model that Jay sketched out sitting in an airplane seat flying back from Germany, where the Volkswagen Foundation had hosted the first gathering of what became the Club of Rome. The Club of Rome, which still exists, was the sponsor of the Limits to Growth project. Jay sketched out the model, the system dynamics model, the airplane flight back, and about 2 or 3 months later he had a simulated model, and about 2 or 3 months after that, a book. That was kind of midway in Jay's career, and the right half of this really chases out the second half, the last 40 years. Jay lived to be 98 years old, where a lot of us got involved. So a lot of the sustainability issues, the seeds were planted back here with the Limits to Growth, but then on the right side of the wall, you see the work on climate change, you see the work on education. We'll talk maybe a little later about the Global Sustainable Food Laboratory, this whole unfolding that kind of occurred as a consequence of the kind of seeds Jay had planted. It's quite remarkable.
The Club of Rome has been described as a crisis think tank, which specialises in crisis creation. The main purpose of this think tank was to formulate a crisis that would unite the world and condition us to the idea of global solutions to local problems.
You know, again, it's easy to criticize, but if you think we're trying to invent something that's never existed, which is, you might say, a commons-based, socially oriented and sensitive governance structures that can function globally as well as locally, and how to create a new harmonious ecosystem between the local and the global.
You disturb the system over the threshold of the so-called tipping points. At the end of the century, we will have about 2 billion people living on Earth. Food production is, of course, what we're really going to suffer from. Rather than 9 billion, which is the usual number used in demographics around the world. We will lose soil, erosion, desertification, and we won't have to phosphate to feed 9 billion people. So it will be far less. Far.
More than 11,000 scientists signed a petition calling for population control as a means of combating climate change. In an article published Tuesday in the journal Bioscience, the scientists wrote that planet Earth is, quote, facing a climate emergency. They argued that population control was a necessary response to this emergency, writing, quote, the world population must be stabilized and ideally gradually reduced. This ideology is dangerous because it suggests that reducing the human population is the best solution to our problems. But the petition presents no facts or data to support its claim that the human population is the cause of shrinking ice caps, rising ocean levels, and an increase in the average global surface temperature. And it doesn't show any data to prove that reducing human population could help the planet. That's just bad science. And who gets to decide which populations are controlled?
Club of
the
Rome.
UN, individual countries, global intellectual elites, elite?
The myth of overpopulation originated in England in 1798, when a vicar named Thomas Malthus, who fancied himself something of a mathematician, saw that food production increased incrementally, but people reproduced exponentially. He sat down and did some simple maths, and summarily decided that the world would be out of food by 1890. He blamed reduced mortality rates, and recommended killing off the have-nots of society, lest the haves starve to death. This cry was taken up by Paul Ehrlich of Stanford University in 1968, who claimed that reckless human reproduction had overwhelmed the Earth. Massive famines would result, which would destroy, best case scenario, 1/5 of humanity by the end of the 70s. And the planet would follow. This fear produced large donations for the newly created UNFPA, which thrives on an imagined crisis that has been both imminent and rescheduled again and again over the past 2 centuries. The truth of the matter is that every family on this planet could have a house with a yard and all live together on a landmass the size of Texas.
That's right.
Which is really just a small corner of the planet. The population growth will peak in 30 years and then start to go back down. We're not overpopulated. Do the math.
For years, there's been a push to shove birth control and abortion down the throats of women in developing countries who don't want either, by the way. We don't get to pick who is desirable or useful enough to reproduce and who should be restricted in the name of the global common good. That's called eugenics, and it can lead down a slippery slope to things like ethnic cleansing and genocide.
Just look where they put Planned Parenthood.
This is the new hockey stick, and the skyrocketing of the purple line tells us that the parallelity between CO2 concentration and temperature is an automatism.
How did we get to focus on CO2 as being this tipping point, the culprit?
Because it's something we do ourselves.
Yes.
That's what makes it special. It is human activity. The fact is that CO2 is so beneficial in other ways.
Yeah.
It would be crazy to try to reduce it.
We have to develop a completely different energy system around the world. We have to get rid of carbon as soon as possible. And the challenge is to invest, to research, and to develop, and to educate the world in that direction.
Global warming is merely the latest environmental scare with the exact same solutions going back 50 years. In other words, it doesn't really matter what the science of global warming. They actually have quotes. Their main figures say that. The EU Climate Commissioner said, even if we're wrong on the science, we're doing the right thing by policy. What is that policy? The UN climate chief explicitly stated, and I interviewed her on this, we seek a centralized transformation that will make life on planet Earth very different for everyone. Buddy. That's the UN climate chief's explicit goal. Her assistant, a guy named Edenhofer, actually said, we will redistribute wealth by climate policy. This is not even about environmental policy anymore. They're openly talking about it. They talk about global governance.
We gradually grow in understanding. Mark my words, we do. But of course, the resistance also grows. And there is a very strange phenomenon, which is that for every so-called scientific fact, we need another opinion. And why do we need that? Because the media demand so.
We've got to remember we have to be faithful as scientists. In a lot of cases, people have written that it's okay that the end justifies the means. We can make up these scary scenarios so people will listen to us, people will act. I don't think that's moral. I think we have to tell the truth as scientists. If you want to be an activist, take off your scientist hat, then make a statement as a public servant. That's no problem at all. But you cannot divorce the truth from the debate. That is the important component.
But we should be arguing about the right things, not is there or is there not climate change. Is what's the deliberate impact of this change or this change or this change, knowing that we need to decarbonize our economies and that we're a sense of working on it together around the world. I think this particular decade, the one critical thing that I feel could really happen is we start to feel we're in it together.
We have 12 years to radically transform our economy and our society to stop this crisis and protect human civilization as we know it.
This is about humanity. That's why we demand a new Green Deal, and we demand it right now.
People will vote if there is something worth voting for. And a Green New Deal is exactly what that is. Thank you all so much. Let's organize together. Don't settle for less.
They don't want to argue on the merits their policies. In other words, the Green New Deal, they just admitted, AOC's chief of staff said this was never about the climate. This was a increase the government kind of thing, a change the whole economy type of thing. Her former chief of staff, campaign manager, actually said a similar thing, that this was actually not about the climate. They're openly admitting that. They don't want to argue their points on the merit instead, so they use subterfuge. We only have 12 years left. We're facing a climate emergency as cities and colleges are now comically declaring that across the world. So they don't have to deal with it. That's how global warming becomes part of an agenda tool for the regulatory state.
They've introduced through the Democratic Party a lady called Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, who's kind of the progressive poster girl at the moment, something called the Green New Deal. And the Green New Deal is basically what I'm talking about. It's the centralization of power to save the world. Now, once you centralize power, and this is what Marxism does, this is what fascism does, which are basically expressions of the same thing if we really look at it. Once you centralize power, you are creating a very simple situation. You are giving control over the vast majority to a tiny few. And you are hoping that they're benevolent, you're hoping that they will use that power wisely. History tells us they never do. Once you have centralization of power, you have abuse of power. And what we've been looking at through human history is the incessant centralization of power. We were in tribes once, loads of tribes were brought together under nations. Now they're bringing loads of nations together under the European Union. And now they're talking about wanting a world government, which is what I predicted they would want 30 years ago. And we're in a situation now where globalization is the total expression of what I'm talking about, where the number of people who hold the real center of power in the world, never mind Britain, is tiny. It's tiny.
Yeah. Assuming we actually faced a climate emergency, we would all be doomed if we had to rely on the EPA and the United Nations or the Green New Deal to save us. So it's a way to transform the economy, massive wealth redistribution, massive central planning, with literally beam counters affecting every aspect of your life.
Yeah.
And this is the result, Madam Acting Deputy President, of federal agreements with UN treaties, protocols, declarations, agreements, such as the 1975 Lima Declaration. And then we had in 1992 the UN's Rio Declaration for 21st Century Global Governance. Then we had the 1996 UN Kyoto Agreement, which I've discussed, which led to the theft of property rights. Then we have the 2015 UN Paris Agreement. That was not an agreement, just an agreement for every nation to do what they wanted to do.
This is a massive movement, and its real intentions are being masked with environmental issues. The bad news is this structure was set up by those who want to establish a global government system. They've set this structure up years ago. This is why I keep saying to you, you don't have any idea how far behind we really are. Far behind.
Even further now.
I think the first real awakening is like what we always say when people play the climate simulation, the Cecil Rhodes climate interactive simulation. If you really watch how that works, you come to one overarching conclusion. One, we got to get going, and however fast we're going, we got to go faster. Faster. But two, it's about everybody. You know, it is ultimately about the underdeveloped world, because if they stay on the same path as the developed world, in 30 years, they start to become significant emitters.
Morality is improving the lives of people. That means inexpensive and ready access to food, to energy. From that perspective, the policies proposed are the essence of immorality. And I find it truly bizarre. Here's somebody who's distorting science, following the path of fascists in the past, who is proposing policies that will be harmful for millions of people. And he assumes he has the moral high ground, and the people who are opposing this don't seem to recognize they hold the moral high ground.
I predict, this is my sincere prediction, that 10 years from now, certainly 20 years from now, people will look back on this and they'll say, what the hell was going on? What got into these people? Why did the world turn crazy about global warming? It's a non-problem. It's fiction.
Thank you.
Environmental groups have effectively created a public image as organizations caring for helpless species and protecting environments. This has allowed them to implement an agenda in America that, if fully exposed, would be opposed by the majority of the people. In fact, most people supporting these organizations are not aware of their long-term objective, even though it is no secret.
I'd now like to quote from the UN Agenda 21 book that is driving this. Maurice Strong, the Secretary General of the United Nations Conference on Environment and Development, he said, quote, in the preface, in the foreword to this instruction, "There is much to be done, and I look to the new United Nations Commission on Sustainable Development to be the focal point for the massive effort needed to create the new era of international cooperation for the new global partnership that will make this shift possible." So we're talking here about a global governance from the UN. Agenda 21 stands as a comprehensive, this is the UN's words, Agenda 21 stands as a comprehensive blueprint for action to be taken globally from now into the 21st century by governments, United Nations organizations, development agencies, non-governmental organizations and independent sector groups in every area in which human activity impacts on the environment. And that means every area of human livelihood, human existence. The agenda, it goes on to say, the agenda should be studied in conjunction with both the Rio Declaration, which provides a context for its specific proposals, and the Statement of Forest Principles, which is embraced by the UN. It is hoped that the Forest Principles will form the basis for a future international level agreement. The United Nations and Maurice Strong, who was the head of that entity at that time, that particular part of the UN, has admitted to pushing for an unelected socialist global governance.
Yep.
In September 2015, all 193 UN member states adopted the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. They recognize that ending poverty calls for transforming our world through strategies that build economic growth, address social needs, and ensure environmental protection. To achieve this vision, 17 Sustainable Development Goals, known as SDGs, were defined as part of the 2030 Agenda. The SDGs and their targets balance the three dimensions of sustainable development: economic, social, and environmental, working in partnerships and calling for action by all countries. The goals are integrated and indivisible.
That's them. One World Government, number 17. World Order.
Take a look at the wildlands map. It defines where environmentalists want to take America in the very near future. The areas in red will be off limits to humans. The areas in yellow represent buffer zones, where limited use is allowed primarily to travel to and from populated areas. The areas in green are where normal use by humans will be allowed. However, by the environmentalists' own admission, these normal use areas would be restricted. When this plan was first published in 1992, the author, Reed Noss, explained how their agenda would affect the human population. He stated, eventually a wilderness network would dominate a region and thus would itself constitute the matrix, with human habitations being the islands. Islands.
Yeah, this is interesting in Europe too.
At European level, landowners' interests are represented in Brussels by the European Landowners Organization. Restoring biodiversity is one of the group's concerns.
The ELO has become involved in Natura 2000 because it represents one of the most essential aspects of the life of rural landowners, who have always developed and respected the quality of the environment. Even if Natura 2000 can be a constraint, it offers many opportunities, and that is what we try to highlight and develop by participating with civil society, NGOs, and political leaders in the development of a sustainable network acceptable to all the partners.
Preserving or restoring biodiversity and the ecosystem in different habitats from the countryside to mountains to the marine environment. That is the main objective of the European Natura 2000 network.
I think it's fair to say that if Natura 2000 didn't exist, in fact I'm definite of this, I would not be sitting here now. And the reason why I say that is because I got involved in European politics because we had a situation in Ireland whereby we had a top-down decision imposed on us without any consultation. That's the way we seen it on the ground. And the first time many of my neighbours heard of Natura 2000 was when the police were threatening to arrest them for taking fuel from their bogs. Now, some people mightn't think that's the best way to get fuel for your house, but we had done it for hundreds of years. You can argue whether it's a good thing or a bad thing, but we were doing it. And that's the way we heated our house. And I would now be speaking with an English or a London accent if it wasn't for that method of producing fuel, because my father, in some people's eyes, would be the ultimate sinner. He brought it home for people. So you can imagine our shock and horror when we discovered that we would potentially face a €500,000 fine and up to 5 years in prison, longer than in many cases you get for rape in my country, for doing something we had done for centuries. We can argue whether it's wrong or right, but that's not what I'm arguing. I'm having a discussion here or trying to tease out how this would work better. And I tell you for definite, it would have worked better if people had been consulted with in advance, and they were not consulted. And it resulted in a situation, hopefully people could learn from this, where we had hundreds and hundreds of people in a bog one night, with members of our police force, with machine guns, with assault rifles, attempting to stop people using their land. Whether they're right or wrong to use it, we can have that debate, but I think we would have to conclude that the implementation didn't go too well.
Seizing private property. You may have heard of eminent domain, whereby the government, federal, state, or local, can seize private property if there is a need for the public good, they say. Now, the government has to pay for it, but they can take it away from its rightful owner if the rightful owner won't sell.
This ordinance is the biggest threat our 100-year-old family farm has ever faced. It imposes unnecessary regulations on our land that will mandate a conservation easement with no compensation. The precedent that this sets is that the government can come in and take away private land with zero compensation. It's un-American. It's un-American.
The abolition of private property. We see that beginning to happen right now. Roads are being closed, forests are being more limited, and the idea here is that you stack and pack people in metropolitan areas.
15 minutes.
You put them on public transportation, and you never let them outside. So the wildlands gets protected in that fashion.
Yep.
This is why the pressure is mounting on landowners across America. Soon that battle is going to shift into suburban neighborhoods, and the battle for the resettlement of our suburban neighborhoods will begin. Agenda 21 will not stop its process until all the world is collectivized. Human beings are to be congregated in smart growth communities. That's why you see in every community in California and across the country the push for walkable communities, which means you live on the 20th floor and you walk downstairs. Where smart growth cages are really built for the American citizens. And we thought the one way in and one way out of Polish cities was a dangerous mistake. Well, smart growth is designed to take control over all human action. Now, a subset of the Wildlands Project allows for certain limited uses by certain special people, not to include the general public. But in general, the wildlands, as opposed to the smart growth proposals, which have to do with metropolitan development, the Wildlands Project is the idea to suck all the people into these metropolitan areas and to leave the wildlands free for the animals to roam. South San Jose is a good example of what's become, or is becoming, a wildlands project. South San Jose is called the Coyote Valley, and gee, some coyotes like to cross that valley, and some other animals as well. And so that's off limits to development. And we're seeing that kind of activity happening everywhere across this country. And it's only going to get a lot more profound as time moves along.
Yep.
Wildlands Project is a massive undertaking. Take rural lands and put it off limits to human beings. World Govt is the program behind the Democrat Party and Republican Party sponsored Agenda 21 program.
Yeah, both parties.
Your local politicians are paid by parties who support the globalization, including the destruction of America. Because the programs of sustainable development have been in process for a lot longer than simply since 1992. But the acceleration since then has been overwhelming.
Anybody here heard about Agenda 21?
He's the best.
Some.
Griffin.
You need to all know about it. It's a code phrase. It's the title of the program for collectivism, global collectivism, which was designed at the United Nations and is being implemented as we speak in every country of the world, at least where the UN has an interest in implementing it, in the more advanced nations. And it's being done under the guise of environmentalism. They're using the label of, let's be concerned about our planet Earth. Our planet Earth is being destroyed. We're losing our natural resources. Everything is going bad in the environment. We've got global warming. We've got all these things. We've got pollution. So therefore, what we need is more laws. Surprise. More laws, and especially at the international level, to regulate and control these things and take away the personal freedoms that you and I have over our own property, because we need to do it for the greater good of the greater number. We need to do it to save the world. And it's being coordinated at the United Nations.
No one, not even the longtime opponents of the environmental movement, believed such a transforming agenda was possible. However, it is being implemented quickly through innocent-sounding programs that most Americans support. Wilderness areas, critical habitat for endangered species, wetlands, roadless areas, national heritage areas, and other restrictive programs are sold to the public as necessary to protect nature, or as assurance that Americans will always have a place to escape from the heavily populated cities. More inventive tools and programs, such as conservation easements, smart growth, open space, and greenlining, are being promoted as a way to control growth. What all these programs have in common is extinguishing the private property rights of American citizens and transferring the control of the property to elite land trusts or directly to the government. It will not take the 80 to 100 years they originally projected to complete their task. They are much closer to achieving their goal than anyone realizes. Environmentalists have scared Americans into thinking that if we continue to live as we are today, the Earth will self-destruct, species will die, and the globe will be covered with development. However, government data shows that only 6% of America's landmass is currently developed. Only 3% of America is classified as urban. Yet 77% of all Americans live in these urban areas. The rest is still largely untouched by humans. The problem is not that our nation is being overdeveloped. The problem is as old as time. It is about who will own the land. Large amounts of the nation's natural resources are still owned by private citizens. America's founders vehemently opposed the concept of government or elitists owning the land in America, which would result in the citizens being leaseholders and serfs. One of the most well-known property rights advocate of our time, Wayne Hage, said it best. Either you have the right to own property, or you are property. Make no mistake, this battle is not about whether the land will be used, resources extracted, and wealth created, but by whom. Karl Marx wrote in the Communist Manifesto, "The theory of the communist may be summed up in the single sentence, abolition of private property." America's founding father, John Adams, stated, "Property must be secured or liberty cannot exist." Which course will America take? Environmentalists are counting on their agenda never being fully revealed. Taking Liberty is committed to seeing that it is. Their plan must be stopped before all of our liberty is taken.
situation and historical perspective, the Club of Rome altered. Club of Rome and its partners are call on all stakeholders, governments, civil societies, scientific institutions, business. I was reading that fast. Encourage exponential technology development by 2020. Create an international task force to explore technology disruption. First sentence. Implement adaptive risk management procedures in every state, industry, city, and community. This would entail. Come on, man. Just transition and all effective communities recognize that the degree of. I'm not gonna even try to read this. It's gonna go away real fast. Yeah, see. I guess you can screenshot everything. All leaders have a moral obligation to current and future generations to ensure that they are secure in the short term and can. I ain't reading that. I ain't gonna try. Screenshot this. I actually gave us more time. I could have started. There's another one to screenshot. This is too long. I'm not even gonna try it. Yeah. Further, the Club of Rome proposes not just to address. Okay, so because we're at the end, red and blue pill there at the end. That's nice. You can see why I put that whole thing in there, right? Like towards the end, it kind of really like nailed it home.
Yep.
Like it fucking. Well, you even read in the 2021 agenda thing that it was non-binding, right?
Mm-hmm.
But they implemented it everywhere. So it's like, what the fuck?
Well, if they wouldn't put it like 5 times, non-binding.
Dude, they jammed that down our throats, didn't they?
Pretty much.
And that's because they knew that it was binding. Because if the wealthy billionaires, business owners, politicians, and other relatively, I'm sure they got celebrities too. If all these people are telling you got to do something, guess what? Your government has no backbone. They will do it. They won't be like, well, my citizens are going to have a problem with this. They can give a shit about us, guys. Just listen. They do not care about us at all.
At this point, like, is anybody surprised about that?
That's the joke, right? You'd be surprised, though. Actually, there are a lot of people out there still every day that watch the news and think the government has their back. Like, that's a true thing. That really happens because the news is set up to set people up that way, to think that the government has your back. They don't. They don't care about you. Look at all the bad, like, literally Google search. You should Google search. How many times has the government put the well-being of its citizens, and I might throw up a graphic, the well-being of its citizens aside for an experiment? If you literally ask that question, you will see that there's a lot of bad there. They don't care about us. They're not here to help us. They're here to do experiments on us, take our money, and tell us to go pound sand. But then to pay your taxes and then pound sand.
Give us your money and then leave.
That's it. Yeah, give us your money and go back home to your fucking 15-minute cities. Oh man, it's crazy. But I like this this documentary was great. They did a great job. So burrowtv.com, go check them out. I will have again all of them, every single thing, every single video. We'll have the description, at least in the comments there, so you can actually go watch them just specifically if you want. I would recommend watching this again because literally, like that whole thing, that whole 40 minutes, uncovered a lot of shit. And it's like, if you weren't paying attention for the whole thing, watch it again, watch it again, watch it again. You probably should just watch it 2 to 3 times, because the way our brains work with watching things, it's not the same as reading things. So yeah, fucking crazy. What a world. Any questions you got before we go on to the next thing, which I think is a comedy thing, which you're gonna like and I'm gonna like, and it's gonna bring us back to happiness.
I think we should just go right into it.
You're ready for some happiness. I like it. Let's do it. All right. So this right here is what the fuck is it? It's what's it called? What's it called? Whatever. We'll watch the video. You're gonna enjoy. Oh, it's After School. Duh. I should have looked at the screen. So After School, After School does. They've got a lot of videos from like different thinkers over the years and whatnot, and then they actually put it on a whiteboard. Okay. So I really, really like After School, and I think people should actually pay attention to them. Go to their YouTube channel. Very good. I actually pay him $5 every single month for the past like 2-3 years on their Patreon. You don't have to do that. Just watch the videos, like them, share them. But you'll like this. This is actually George Carlin. The planet isn't going anywhere. Okay, so that'll kind of set us up here. But this is about environmentalism. You ready?
Go for it.
Yeah, let's do it.
See, I'm not one of these people who's worried about everything. You got people like this around you. Country's full of them now. People walking around all day long, every minute of the day, worried about everything. Yes. Worried about the air, worried about the water, worried about the soil. Worried about insecticides, pesticides, food additives, carcinogens. Worried about radon gas, worried about asbestos. Worried about saving endangered species. Let me tell you about endangered species, all right? Saving endangered species is just one more arrogant attempt by humans to control nature. It's arrogant meddling. It's what got us in trouble in the first place. Doesn't anybody understand that? Interfering with nature. Over 90%, way over 90% of all the species that have ever lived on this planet, are gone. They're extinct. We didn't kill them all. They just disappeared. That's what nature does. They disappear these days at the rate of 25 a day. And I mean regardless of our behavior. Irrespective of how we act on this planet, 25 species that were here today will be gone tomorrow. Let them go gracefully. Leave nature alone. Right. Haven't we done enough? We're so self-important. So self-important. Everybody's going to save something now. Save the trees, save the bees, save the whales, save those snails. And the greatest arrogance of all, save the planet. What? Are these fucking people kidding me? Save the planet? We don't even know how to take care of ourselves yet. We haven't learned how to care for one another. We're going to save the fucking planet? I'm getting tired of that shit.
Dude, for real, right? Unbelievable.
I'm tired of fucking Earth Day. I'm tired of these self-righteous environmentalists, these white bourgeois liberals who think the only thing wrong with this country is there aren't enough bicycle paths. Man. People trying to make the world safe for their Volvos. Besides, environmentalists don't give a shit about the planet. They don't care about the planet. Not in the abstract, they don't. Not in the abstract, they don't. You know what they're interested in? A clean place to live. Their own habitat. Right. They're worried that someday in the future they might be personally inconvenienced. Narrow, unenlightened self-interest doesn't impress me. Besides, there is nothing wrong with the planet. Nothing wrong with the planet. The planet is fine. The people are fucked. Difference. The planet is fine. Compared to the people, the planet is doing great. It's been here 4.5 billion years. Did you ever think about the arithmetic? Planet has been here 4.5 billion years. We've been here, what, 100,000? Maybe 200,000? And we've only been engaged in heavy industry for a little over 200 years. 200 years versus 4.5 billion. And we have the conceit to think that somehow we're a threat? that somehow we're going to put in jeopardy this beautiful little blue-green ball that's just a-floating around the sun? The planet has been through a lot worse than us. Been through all kinds of things worse than us. Been through earthquakes, volcanoes, plate tectonics, continental drift, solar flares, sunspots, magnetic storms, the magnetic reversal of the poles, hundreds of thousands of years of bombardment by comets and asteroids and meteors, worldwide floods, tidal waves, worldwide fires, erosion, cosmic rays, recurring ice ages, and we think some plastic bags and some aluminum cans are going to make a difference? The planet isn't going anywhere. We are.
Yeah.
We're going away. Pack your shit, folks. We're going away. And we won't leave much of a trace either. Thank God for that. Maybe a little styrofoam. Maybe. Little styrofoam. Planet will be here and we'll be long gone. Just another failed mutation. Just another closed-end biological mistake. An evolutionary cul-de-sac. The planet will shake us off like a bad case of fleas. A surface nuisance. You want to know how the planet's doing? Ask those people at Pompeii who are frozen into position from volcanic ash how the planet's doing. Want to know if the planet's all right? Ask those people in Mexico City or Armenia or 100 other places buried under thousands of tons of earthquake rubble if they feel like a threat to the planet this week. How about those people in Kilauea, Hawaii who build their homes right next to an active volcano and then wonder why they have lava in the living room? The planet will be here for a long, long, long time after we're gone, and it will heal itself, it will cleanse itself, because that's what it does. It's a self-correcting system.
That's right. It is a self-correcting system. I kept that last part in there because it said Mexico City. I figured you'd appreciate that.
Yep. How did I not know that was targeted?
Yeah, 100%. But no, like, cause yeah, otherwise I would have stopped it earlier, like about 30 seconds before. But no, I mean, George Carlin was great. He was great. He was funny. He was really funny before, and then he got really hard into politics and towards the end. And actually, like, it's funny because if you talk to anybody who listened to George Carlin early on in his career and then later on, they'll be like, oh, he turned too political. But me personally, because I listened to him early and late, and I was in that perfect, like, I think the timegeist or whatever the fuck they want to call it. I was in that perfect area where it's like, yeah, no, politics is a fucking problem. We need to stop it. So I was okay with what he said later on. And he was on press conferences and this, that, and the other. And then I want to say they think they killed him off. But yeah, so what do you think? What do you think? What do you think? You think we should worry too much about? Don't get me wrong.
No.
You and I both are under the same thing as far as we would love to be able to go out and walk barefoot, not have any issues, grab water from a fucking stream, drink it without worrying about parasites or poisons. Like, that's the future we want to live in, right?
That's the goal.
That's the goal. The issue is that the fucking people in charge don't want that. They haven't wanted that for our entire lives, I'll say, because they've been poisoning us our entire lives.
And they keep on doing it.
They won't stop.
And whenever they have the chance, they'll do it again.
Yeah, as soon as they go back. So, like, that's the other thing, too, that's kind of funny, is, like, if we put something through our government that said you cannot poison us anymore, I bet you, like, turn around a month later, 2 months later, 5 months later, they'd initiate something else where they'd be like, oh, well, we can put the poisons back in. They'd be like, yeah, go ahead. And then they would poison us again, and then we would just be fucked again.
Pretty much.
Yeah. America. I'll put the
Hold on.
America.
It's my job. It's my job right here.
Hurry up, son. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. I'll put the graphic up of the eagle shooting his M16. But so
very drastic one.
I love that. That's the best. So yeah, any questions you got on Club of Rome? Because I think we go into the next thing after this.
No.
Nah, good.
What is it? Another secret society that it was based on doing good for the people, and then it switched some way somehow.
Yeah, actually, you're dead on. So that's the joke. That's what was funny when I saw both of these together. I'm like, oh, this will be the perfect thing. This will be two fucking secret societies we know nothing about that we really can't do anything with. So you were just oh, that's right. Let me throw this out there because I wanted to do this earlier, but I forgot. You were a 7.5, correct? Or yeah.
Yep.
All right, so Eddie's threat level was a 7.5 before we started this, and I bet it's going to go to a 6 or a 7 after this. So this next is going to be Chapter 20, which is the Council on Foreign Relations. How much information do you have? I think you said in the beginning, 0, right? Oh, no. Did you know about this one or the other?
No, the other one.
Okay, so you knew a little bit, or you've heard of the Club of Rome.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so just as a quick little aside here, I'll say, so the Club of Rome, if everybody wasn't paying attention from the beginning, they want to eliminate 6 billion people on the planet. Just throwing it out there. And now the Council on Foreign Relations is a little bit different. You ready to go into what this is all about?
Yep.
All right. So, left or right, what do you want?
I'll do the right.
Okay. All right. So I will start this off. So the Council on Foreign Relations, the CFR, is a nonpartisan think tank, another think tank, shocker, publisher, and membership organization, of course, the membership organization, that aims to help Americans understand U.S. foreign policy and global affairs, informing policymakers, business leaders, and the public through research, analysis, expert discussions, and publications like Foreign Affairs, which was an art, I think that's like a magazine. It convenes its influential figures, generates policy relevant ideas, and fosters informed public discussions without taking institutional policy positions itself. So it does its own shit. What CFR does, think tank and research, conducts independent research and analysis on pressing international issues through its David Rockefeller, sorry, just throwing it out there, David Rockefeller Studies Program, convening hosts events, meetings, and symposia, bringing together government officials, business leaders, academics, and other experts for dialogue. Publishes the influential journal Foreign Affairs and produces various reports, books, and digital content. Education and outreach. Offers resources. I don't know how to read. Offers resources, educational materials, and programs for students, educators, journalists, and general public. So it teaches us what to think. Membership provides a platform for its members, including prominent leaders and young professionals, to engage with experts and world leaders. Key characteristics: nonpartisan, takes no institutional positions on policy, focusing instead on providing diverse perspectives and analysis. Independent, has no affiliation with the United States government. It controls a lot of it. National scope, operates with a significant presence and membership across the U.S., not just in New York and D.C. So they actually have New York and D.C. That's where the picture you'll see. It's actually supposedly the New York location. In essence, CFR serves as a vital resource for fostering a deeper understanding of global events and challenges, aiming to improve U.S. engagement with the world. All right, so it's all you now.
Council on Foreign Relations.
Relationships. You're right, bro. You're right.
CFR. It's funded through diverse private sources, including member dues, individual and corporate.
You gotta pay to get in there.
Grants from foundations, corporations, and individuals, income from its Foreign Affairs magazine.
Yeah.
Endowment returns, and facility rentals, ensuring its non-partisan status as a think tank. Major funding comes from its large endowment and annual giving, with substantial revenue also from corporate memberships and magazine sales, plus grants from philanthropic entities.
Philanthropic entities.
Philanthropic entities. Key funding sources. Memberships.
First.
Of course.
Yeah, you gotta pay to get in there, son.
Fees from its vast network. From its vast network or individual, life and term. And corporate members. Foreign Affairs. Revenue from its flagship magazine grants, contributions from foundations, corporations, and individuals. Endowment. Investment income from its significant endowment. Other. Rental income from its New York and DC facilities.
So they rent the shit out and get member fees and sell their magazine and get grants and have an endowment. Okay.
Of course.
So they got a lot of fucking cash. So go on.
Funding dynamics. Independence. Unrestricted gifts, of course, and diverse funding streams aim to maintain CFR's independence and
non-partisanship. Bullshit. Gone.
Financial scale. In 2023, CFR reported significant annual revenue, with endowment drawings, restricted gifts, and foreign affairs contributing major portions. Okay. Corporate tax.
Right.
Well, non-participants, CFR receives funding from defense contractors. Defense contractors. Oh my God! Of course.
Isn't it amazing?
Other corporate
of course.
Yeah. Yeah. Through this constitutes a smaller percentage of total revenue than endowment of member contributions.
So the defense contractors are paying more than your fucking members in endowment? Okay, of course they are. That's why you do what you do. Okay, sorry, go ahead.
In essence, CFR is supported by a broad base of philanthropic, corporate, and member contributions, making it a well-resourced, independent foreign policy organization.
Isn't that bullshit right there? In essence, CFR is supported by a broad base of philanthropic, corporate, and member contributions, making it a well-resourced, independent foreign policy organization. That whole sentence is a conundrum in itself, right? Isn't that the right word? What the fuck? Like, of course, when you get paid by this guy, you ain't gonna make an independent decision.
No.
Let's get the fuck
You're gonna
real.
listen.
Yeah. But especially by your defense contractors. Your defense contractors say, hey, Iran is giving us trouble. You'd be like, you're right. Iran is giving us trouble. Let's go attack them.
You're going to listen to whoever pays you. That's plain and simple.
That's how it's always worked, and that's how it's all. If you went to work tomorrow and you stop doing what the bosses tell you to do, are they going to continue to pay you? The answer is no. Right?
Yeah, you're going to be fired.
Exactly. So if you are in charge of doing foreign affairs and your bosses that pay you tell you to go in a different direction, guess what? You're going a different direction. I mean, right here in the funding, you can see it's all bullshit. It's a fucking fake place. That's just, it's just amazing. All right. Any questions you got on the nonsense that we just read?
No.
Okay, good. Let's go into the next thing. So, who is involved? I'll read the left, and I'll let you read the right. Who is involved in Council on Foreign Relations? So, the Council on Foreign Relations, the CFR, involves a diverse membership of over 5,000 individuals. That's a lot of fucking people, including senior government officials, of course, scholars, of course, business leaders, of course, journalists, of course, and nonprofit professionals, of course. All focused on like those names right there. That list of groups right there, they're all fucking connected. And I'm going to put up the goddamn graphic, I don't care, of Charlie looking at it and saying it's all connected, because they're all connected. All these fucking groups are all connected. They're all in the same things. It's just amazing. All right. All focused on U.S. foreign policy alongside major corporations and foundations as corporate members. Its leadership includes figures like Chairman David M. Rubenstein, and it publishes Foreign Affairs magazine, serving as a key think tank that facilitates discussion and analysis on international affairs. Bullshit. Key participants: individual members, a mix of life and term members, young leaders from diverse. And I keep bringing up the young leaders thing because if you actually look up the World Economic Forum's young leaders, you'll see a lot of those guys are a part of all these different groups. From diverse backgrounds, including former secretaries of state, CIA directors, which you know they're good people, academics, which you know they're good people, and media figures, which again, you know they're all good people. Government officials, current and former officials from various U.S. government departments, which shouldn't be involved, but they are. Business leaders, executive from major financial, tech, and industrial companies, e.g. Amazon, Google, JP Morgan Chase. Why are they involved in the Council on Foreign Relations? Can I ask you that, Eddie? Why would Amazon be involved in the Council on Foreign Relations in America against all the other countries?
Because they have money.
Right. Because they have money, and because, technically, Amazon does sell to all the other countries, I'm assuming. Google is available for all the other countries. But guess what? The Google probably limits the amount of searches in all these other countries versus our country, and vice versa. JP Morgan Chase, American company, shouldn't really have any issues, but whatever. Scholars and think tank experts, academics and researchers from universities and other policy organizations. Policy organizations should not be involved in this, I really don't think, because policy should be formed in Congress, right? Isn't that where we're told that shit happens? But I guess not. Journalists and media figures, prominent voices shaping public discourse, of course, because they're told what to say. Corporate members, hundreds of companies funding this organization with varying levels of involvement. Shocker. Okay, God. Corporate members, hundreds of companies funding the organization with varying levels of involvement. I just wanted to read it again. I'm sorry. It's just a big joke. Go ahead.
Leadership. A board of directors chaired by David M. Rubenstein.
Rubenstein. He's Jewish.
And a president, currently, Michael Froman.
Probably Jewish too.
How they involve. Discussion and analysis. Members participate in private discussions, study groups, and public events. Research. The CFR's think tank produces extensive research and policy recommendation.
Yeah.
Publishing. They publish the influential journal Foreign Affairs and other analysis.
Influential journal. I like that even Google AI says it. It's an influential journal, which means that all the fucks that are sitting there in Congress probably get it. And they probably read it and go, oh, this makes sense. So, okay, sorry, go
ahead. Corporate engagement. Corporate members support CFR's work and engage with its experts. In essence, CFR brings together influential people and organizations to foster dialogue and develop solutions for global challenges. through it does not take officially policy positions itself.
Yeah. So even though they're not taking official policy positions, their influential journal is telling you what to do, right?
Yeah, pretty much. We don't do nothing.
We're not going to tell you what to say, but we're going to tell you what to say. That's essentially what that says. Like, are you fucking kidding? This is Google AI. Unfucking believable. Ugh. Makes me sick. Any questions you got before? So you kind of have an idea of what they do, right? They influence policy without influencing policy.
Yeah, they tell you what to do without telling you what to do. Pretty much.
That's
simple
it.
words.
All right, Eddie, are you ready for the Council on Foreign Relations info?
Yep.
All right.
Let's see what they have.
Here we go. That's it. This is going to be good. This actually explains kind of like what the whole scope is. Then the next one we do is kind of like a little more like dissective. Okay, cool. You ready?
Yep.
All right.
The Council on Foreign Relations was formally established in Paris in 1919, along with its British counterpart, the Royal Institute of International Affairs. The men who founded this group were Colonel Edward Mandell House, Walter Lippmann, Herbert Hoover, Eustace Percy, Paul Warburg, Isaiah Bowman,
some of these are
James
names
Shotwell,
you've heard before, I'm sure.
Alan Dulles
for sure.
Christian Herter, Archibald Carey Coolidge, and David Rockefeller. The Council on Foreign Relations and the Royal Institute of International Affairs can trace their roots back to a secret organization founded and funded by Cecil Rhodes. Cecil Rhodes became fabulously wealthy by exploiting the people of South Africa through his diamond company, De Beers, which was funded by the Rothschilds in 1887. This is where the term Rhodes Scholar derives. Some notable Rhodes Scholars are Rachel Maddow, Cory Booker, Bill Clinton, Pete Buttigieg, George Stephanopoulos, Ronan Farrow, and two of Joe Biden's cabinet members, Gina Raimondo and Jake Sullivan. The Council on Foreign Relations is an independent think tank dedicated to controlling members of government, business executives, journalists, religious leaders, and civilians regarding foreign policy. The Council on Foreign Relations has launched an international initiative to inject agendas and ideas into the public and control the leading institutions by tracking the decisions and policies of the G20.
See, that's what we don't think about.
The G20 is an international forum for the governments and central banks from 20 countries around the world to discuss policies pertaining to financial stability. The members of the G20 include Argentina, Australia, Brazil, Canada, China, the European Union, France, Germany, India, Indonesia, Italy, Japan, Mexico, Russia, Saudi Arabia, South Africa, South Korea, Turkey, the United Kingdom, and the United States.
It's like all the countries
The current
that
leadership
matter, right?
of the Council on Foreign Relations is President Richard N. Haas, Chairman David Rubenstein, Vice Chairman Blair Efron, and Jamie Missick. Richard N. Haas is a Jewish Rhodes Scholar, and his background includes working for the Department of Defense under war criminal George H.W. Bush. He also has ties to the shady think tank, the Brookings Institute. The other leaders of this think tank spent time working in the CIA, for Henry Kissinger, the Lehman Brothers, and have experience with other prominent financial institutions. These are the current corporate members as of February 2021. George Clooney is a member and has a current residency in Venice, where he was married at the Black Nobility Hotel owned by the House of Gonzaga. He was married by his good friend, the former mayor of Venice. Angelina Jolie is a current member along with Hillary Clinton. Do you think it is a conflict of interest that Joe Biden is a member of this biased foreign policy society?
No.
In addition to the annual conference,
politician
the
at all.
Council on Foreign Relations provides an ongoing collaboration with its members to experiment with technology and responds to breaking crisis. There are two types of council memberships. The first one is for life, and the second one is term, which lasts for 5 years, available to those who are between the ages of 30 and 36. To be nominated for life, you must be nominated by a minimum of 3 members. You can view the entire roster of all 5,000 members by visiting the Council on Foreign Relations website. The Council on Foreign Relations controls over 3/4 of the nation's wealth. The Council on Foreign Relations runs the State Department and the CIA, and they have placed over 100 Council on Foreign Relations members in every presidential administration since Woodrow Wilson.
Isn't that an interesting fact?
This group works to misinform and disinform the current president, to act in the best interest of the CFR, not the American people. The men and women are part of a secret team that play key parts in carrying out the psycho-political operations on behalf of the president. This secret team is set up as circles within circles. Not every council member knows exactly what psycho-political operations are being planned or what their exact role in the operation is. This compartmentalization allows them to deny responsibility and deny council sponsorship of the operation.
It's like a fucking CIA mission.
The secret team includes Council on Foreign Relations members in top positions of the legislative, executive, and judicial branches of government, television, radio, and newspaper corporations, law firms, prestigious universities, private foundations and corporations, major think tanks and university institutes, and those who hold top commands in the military. Many men who you might recognize being part of this group were and are Alan and John Dulles, David Rockefeller, Henry Kissinger, Zbigniew Brzezinski, Jimmy Carter, George Soros, Roger Ailes, Madeleine Albright,
a lot of evil
Hillary
people.
Clinton,
Nah.
George H.W. Bush, Michael Bloomberg, Dick Cheney, Ruth Bader Ginsburg,
It just gets eviler
Richard
as it goes on.
Branson, Tom Brokaw, Edgar Bronfman, Barbara Walters, Katie Couric, Diane Sawyer, George Stephanopoulos, George Clooney, Angelina Jolie, David Geffen, Newt Gingrich, Joe Biden, Les Moonves, Rupert Murdoch, Fareed Zakaria, and many more. One of its founders was Edward Mandell House, who was Woodrow Wilson's chief advisor and rumored at the time to be the nation's real power from 1913 to 1921. On his watch, the Federal Reserve Act passed in December of 1913, while all Americans were home for Christmas and distracted.
That's why they pushed it through.
This act gave money creation power to bankers, and the 16th Amendment was ratified that following February, creating the federal income tax to provide a revenue stream to pay for government debt service.
Like they need more money.
From the beginning, the Council on Foreign Relations was committed to a one-world government based on a centralized global financing system. Today, the Council on Foreign Relations is strongest in the United States and has thousands of influential members, including people in the corporate media.
Bloomberg.
They keep a very low profile, especially in regards to their real agenda. The Council on Foreign Relations specializes in PSYOPs, and their main targets are Britain and the United States. In 1947, Council on Foreign Relations members George Kennan, Walter Lippmann, Paul Nitz, Dean Akinson, and Walter Kroc took part in a psycho-political operation forcing the Marshall Plan on the American public. This PSYOP included an anonymous letter credited to a Mr. X, which appeared in the Council on Foreign Relations magazine called Foreign Affairs. The letter opened the door for the Council on Foreign Relations, controlled Truman administration, to take a hard line against the threat of Soviet expansion. Arthur Schlesinger, Jr., a historian and good friend of John F. Kennedy, called the Council on Foreign Relations, quote, a front organization for the heart of the American establishment. The group meets privately and only publishes what it wishes the public to know.
Yeah.
Its members are only Americans. Past and current members of the Council on Foreign Relations are nearly all presidential candidates of both parties, leading senators and congressmen, key members of the Fourth Estate and their bosses, and top officials of the FBI, CIA, NSA, Department of Defense, and other leading government members of top government agencies.
Which means they're good people, right?
Since 1921, the Council on Foreign Relations power and agendas have been unchanged, and they serve as the virtual employment agency for the federal government under both Democrats and Republicans.
People need to pay attention.
The Council on Foreign Relations advocates a global superstate with America
I love that everything's
and other
a flat
nations
world now.
by sacrificing their sovereignty and central power. A Council on Foreign Relations member and founder, Paul Warburg, was a member of Roosevelt's Brain Trust. His son, James, told the Senate Foreign Relations Committee in 1950, "We shall have world government whether or not you like it.
Yep.
The question is only whether world government will be achieved by consent or conquest."
Yeah, they might just fucking do it anyway.
The Council on
We're
Foreign
the way.
Relations planned a new world order before 1942, and they drafted the original United Nations proposal, presented it to Franklin Roosevelt, who announced it publicly the next day. In 1945, the Council on Foreign Relations members comprised of over 40 of the United States delegates. According to Professor G. William Domhoff, the author of Who Rules America, the Council on Foreign Relations operates in small groups of about 25 who bring together leaders from the 6 conspirator categories: industrialists, financiers, ideologues, military, professional specialists such as lawyers and doctors, and organized labor, for detailed discussions of specific topics in the area of foreign affairs. Domhoff also said, "The Council on Foreign Relations, while not financed by the government, works so closely with it that it is difficult to distinguish council action simulated by government from autonomous actions. Its most important sources of income are leading corporations and major foundations.
Of course.
3 of the most powerful are the Carnegie, Rockefeller, and Ford Foundations.
Yep.
The Council on Foreign Relations has had stranglehold on the United States government cabinet members since 1947. The National Security Act of 1947 established the Office of Secretary of Defense. Since then, over 15 Department of Defense secretaries have been Council on Foreign Relations members, Rhodes Scholars, Jesuit-educated, or Phi Beta Kappas. This is no coincidence. All of these groups are pushing the same indoctrination, agendas, and goals. For the past 80 years, virtually every key United States national security and foreign policy advisor has been a Council on Foreign Relations member. Nearly all top generals and admirals have been Council on Foreign Relations members. Many presidential candidates were and are Council on Foreign Relations members, including Herbert Hoover, Dwight Eisenhower, John F. Kennedy, Richard Nixon, Gerald Ford, Jimmy Carter, George H.W. Bush, Bill Clinton, John Kerry, John McCain, and Joe Biden.
My goodness.
Think tanks in America are no different and serve the same purpose.
That's all bullshit.
Numerous think tanks are staffed with CFR members. Most of its life members also belong to the Trilateral Commission and the Bilderberg Group, where they operate in secret and hold all the power over the United States and world affairs.
That's scumbag.
These groups all have a tight grasp on media control. In February of 1941, the CFR officially became part of the State Department. This established the Division of Special Research, run by Nazis in America.
Shocker.
Their main goal was and is to create psyops throughout the world to push their psychotic agenda. Some of these were the Marshall Plan, the Cold War, and the NSC-68, to name a few. In 1943, the OSS, Office of Strategic Services, released a top-secret document claiming that fascist members of the Council on Foreign Relations infiltrated Hitler's Nazi Party to bring him more power, and to justify the World War.
Yeah, totally makes sense.
When you look back in history, you can tie all the world wars to the same people over and over again. Walter Lippmann was an American writer, reporter, and political commentator, famous for first introducing the concept of the Cold War, coined the term stereotype, and wrote a book in 1922 titled Public Opinion. Lippmann was a close ally to the Council on Foreign Relations and helped enable political psyops on the American people. In his book, Lippmann paints a graphic picture of what a society controlled by an independent expert organization would look like. A society controlled by an independent expert organization, arranging chains of bondage from childhood by corrupting the society's knowledge base and deciding what shadows to project on the wall, would be a society of prisoners that couldn't use their heads to act in their own best interest. They would become a society of slaves living in a realm of fear.
That's great.
Lippmann advocated for the Council on Foreign Relations heavily.
That is actually
The Council on Foreign Relations controls the U.S. banking industry and has controlled the Federal Reserve since its inception. Many of the members at the Federal Reserve are also Council on Foreign Relations members.
Of course.
Since 2020, the Council on Foreign Relations is allegedly focused on defense, diplomacy, economics, energy, health, human rights, government, and social issues. Even though the world's economies are currently crashing, unemployment is at an all-time high.
Fucking you guys are
Teen
doing
suicide
great.
is on the rise, mental health is plummeting, divorce is rising, and schools in 2020 and 21 have become education reform centers, and yet they claim to care about us.
This is a clown world.
They care about us so much. They now have transgender lobbyists visiting state capitals in the United States to push for gender education to 6-year-olds, because that should be a priority for a group of people that make up less than 0.5 of the population.
Unbelievable.
The only way to stop these people are by making their actions transparent. All you can do is educate other Americans about who these groups are, what they are doing, and write your elected representatives and demand they investigate their shady actions. I will leave you with that to do your own critical thinking. Until then, stay safe out there and don't stop questioning the world around.
Like, did you know anything about that? Did you say no?
No, I'm just in shock of like all the names they dropped.
Dude, they dropped all these names and you're like, oh, I know this guy, I know this guy, I know this guy. Boom. Mind exploded. It's like, what the fuck, dude? So let me take this as a perfect segue to read at least the first paragraph here for the Council on Foreign Relations. So, Council on Foreign Relations. The Council on Foreign Relations is a secretive, of course, its members would say private, think tank of the masters of America. In the worst case scenarios, worst case conspiracy scenario, the CFR is directly linked to the Bilderberg Group, shocker, the CIA, shocker, and the UK Royal Institute of International Affairs, shocker, in a plot to install the New World Order. I'll read the next one. Founded in 1921, the remit. See, I don't know if it's 1921. I don't know if that's real. Founded in 1921, the remit of the council is to debate and develop American internationalism based on American interests. Although its proceedings are held in camera, its journal, Foreign Affairs, is publicly available and has been contributed to by political figures as diverse as Russian Premier Nikita Khrushchev and U.S. National Security Advisor Henry Kissinger. All right, that's right. I forgot. This was just a page and a third. So I guess I'll just read the rest of it then. It's 3 paragraphs for this fucker, Johnny Lewis. The Council on Foreign Relations does not deny that it seeks to influence the U.S. elite or that it embodies a good proportion of said elite. FBI boss John Foster Dulles. Oh, that's a good question. John Foster Dulles, right? FBI boss, John Foster Dulles. What was the name we just heard 3 times in that last video? Alan Dulles, right? Okay. That's the question. So, FBI boss John Foster Dulles was an early member in the Andrew Carnegie Foundation, its sometime banker. What is surprising about the council is its agenda. Far from promoting the usual monetarist, some moneymakers, hawkish, fair, typical of elite institutes, the council's politics are decidedly liberal. The council early denounced Adolf Hitler and was among the first international think tanks to allow black members. Good for them. Cabal of capitalists. This is the threat level. Cabal of capitalists, one-worlders masquerading as U.S. think tank. Alert level 3. Dude, you're fucked. You're fucked. Even back in 2007, you should have seen this coming. So yeah, unbelievable that was 3 paragraphs for the whole Council on Foreign Relations. Everything that we just watched in that video is more than 3 paragraphs. like that wasn't that long ago. It was not that long ago. Unfucking believable. Well, I guess this lady did it in 2021. But you're going to watch a video here coming up next. The next video I have in here is from like the 90s. And there's no way that you would leave it to just 3 paragraphs and make it done. So it's all bullshit. But what do you think so far after watching that, besides the fact that you heard names you've heard a million times?
Well, I just want to see what's next.
You're crazy, right? Yeah, same. All right, let's go into the next thing then. I'm going to make you read the left, I'll read the right.
Okay. Cecil Rhodes from 1953 to 1902.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I'm sorry. Let me stop that there. We're going into Cecil Rhodes because she mentioned Cecil Rhodes and the Rhodes Scholars, right?
So
she did, you fuck.
Oh yeah, she did. I just thought you were just stating a fact.
Yeah, I am. Okay, go on. Go ahead and read.
So was a British imperialist.
British imperialist. Mining magnate. You want me to read the
and politician who played a central role in a violent colonization of Southern Africa, with his actions leading to the deaths of thousands of indigenous people. Through his company, the British South African Company, BSAC, he pursued a policy of aggressive expansionism that involved the destruction of local societies, the theft of land, and the imposition of forced labor.
Okay, I'm going to stop you right there. Hang on. I'm going to stop you right there because it's a little one-sided. I asked Google AI and I cut it out because I thought, again, I can like make the whole thing fit kind of thing. But I asked, did Cecil Rhodes like horrific events kind of a thing? Like that's kind of how I asked it. Like, how badly did he treat the people of South Africa? All right. So after reading that first paragraph, you can kind of see, yeah, he did. So now go on. I'm sorry. I just wanted to interject that.
Key aspects of violence and brutality. Metabilili land
and in your face. Good luck reading this one.
Mashonaland, Zimbabwe. During the 1893 and 1896 to 97 conflicts, forces under Rhodes utilized maximum machine guns, dynamite, and scorched earth tactics to subdue
destroyed everything. Salt the earth, baby.
And Dubay and sauna people. That's all. Historians estimate that at least 4,000 to 5,000 in Dubay died from war, famine, and disease during the 1893 conflict, during the 1896 to 97 rebellions. Total African losses are estimated to be between 5,000 and 10,000, with some estimates suggesting that Rhodes' actions caused the death of over 20,000 people in total. Scorched at Earth tactics. Scorched Earth tactics. Rhodes' agents destroyed grain stores and crops as a deliberate strategy to starve the indigenous population into submission. Forced labor and segregation.
Bless?
Yeah, sorry. In the Cape Colony, Rhodes served as prime minister and was instrumental in establishing policies that foreshadowed
apartheid,
including the 1894 Glen Gray
Act,
which forced black Africans into manual labor and created segregated, overcrowded reserves.
Good people.
Exploitation in mines. He established De Beers.
De Beers,
Diamond Company and was responsible for creating the system of enclosed compounds for black workers, which restricted their movement and kept them separated from their families. Legacy and controversy. To these actions, Rhodes is widely regarded by many as a symbol of white supremacy, exploitation, and colonial violence. The Rhodes Must Fall movement, which began in 2015,
which is amazing. It started in 2015. It should have been in the fucking 1890s, but whatever.
Pursued for the removal of the statue at the University of Cape Town, citing his role in the slaughter of Africans and the foundation of apartheid.
Yeah. Honestly, we briefly touched on apartheid with the WWF, with the World Wildlife Fund, right? And apartheid's not a good thing. Any segregation's not a good thing. We should all realize we're all fucking human beings, and that's it. Race means nothing. Because with the same education level, the same schooling, the same everything, everyone's the same. It doesn't really fucking matter. Makes me sick. Does make me sick, actually. But yes, so that is how terrible Cecil Rhodes is. We're going to watch the next video coming up that actually kind of briefly touches on how bad he really is. But so this next question I asked was, how many CFR members are part of the World Economic Forum? Because I wanted to kind of make this connection. I wanted to put this a little bit together, even though all you need to do is look up World Economic Forum's Young Leaders Group, right? And when you see the list of names that are in the Young Leaders Group, you will see that majority of them are politicians in America. Just as an FYI, take a look. But I asked the question, it says there's no publicly available exact count of how many individuals are members of both the Council on Foreign Relations, CFR, and the World Economic Forums. That is Google AI's way of telling you that they're pretty much all there. Like, we can't tell you an exact count because they're pretty much everybody. However, based on the nature of both organizations, there's significant overlap in membership and participation. Council on Foreign Relations, CFR, an independent U.S. think tank and membership organization with approximately 5,000 individual members, including top foreign policy experts, government officials, and business leaders. World Economic Forum, known for its annual meetings in Davos, which good old DJT just went to. The WEF is a Swiss nonprofit that engages 1,000 large multinational corporations as corporate members alongside hundreds of government leaders, which the government leaders shouldn't be fucking there. I'm still pissed about that. That still pisses me off every time I hear government leader is somewhere that they shouldn't be in a secret goddamn organization. Motherfucker, get out of politics. Oh, sorry. That makes me mad. Academics and, notably, it's young leaders, young global leaders. That's the group. Google search young global leaders. WEF. You will see all the names of the people that are in charge of us right now. And Global Future Councils Network, which you could probably Google search that too. Key points of overlap. Many elite individuals participating from the U.S. belong to both organizations. It's like, I'm sure it's all of them. The Bilderberg Group, the fucking, what's that weird one in California that does the Bohemian Club. Thank you.
Bohemian Club,
Yeah. Individuals like George Soros have appeared in both contexts. The WEF often draws its participants from the same pool of global policymakers and corporate executives who are members of the CFR. So let me just stop right there. How many assholes do you think are there when you talk about global policymakers? There's like 30 global policymakers, right? So of course they're in both. Of course they're in all these fucking things. And they shouldn't be. Both organizations focus on shaping global policy, economic, and geopolitical agendas, leading to a high degree of interchangeable elite membership, according to analysis. You fuckers. While a specific verified number is not public, the two organizations share a substantial it's all connected, Eddie, I told you, interconnected network of influential individuals. So they're all in all these groups, left, right, and center. It's just stupid. It's just fucking stupid. Like, here's the other thing. I was just thinking about it the other day. If you're a billionaire, and you're in charge of this company, but yeah, you have to go to all these different fucking meetings like all week long. What the fuck are you doing as the fucking owner of this business? Nothing. You ain't doing shit. You're just going to these goddamn meetings all the goddamn time. So that's just like
sounds about right.
Right? Well, it's just like the joke of fucking seeing Elon Musk making this fucking patent and this patent and this patent and this patent. It's like, motherfucker, you're going to all these meetings, asshole. You ain't got time to build anything or make anything new. So you ain't coming out with patents. Someone is giving you these patents. There's no way. There's no fucking way. Makes me sick. Any questions you got about these clowns before we go on to the next thing?
No.
Good. It makes sense, right? Like if you're in charge of all these things, you need to be in charge of them, right? You don't need to be going to all these meetings left, right, and center. And then you also can't be coming out with all these patents at the same goddamn time that you were at all these meetings, right?
Yep.
Like, right? like you go to a job, you go to work, you come home. You don't have time to start doing all these different things. You can, but most people don't. And these billionaires with nothing but money and everything thrown at them, they ain't spending their time inventing things. Pay attention, people. All right, sorry. Okay, all right. Next thing coming up. Oh, good, it's video. It's not 33 minutes. This is like 8 minutes. You ready?
Yeah.
Okay, good. This is going to be a little bit older than that last video, so it'll show older names, but here we go.
Its roots go way, way back in history.
G. Edward Griffin.
They go back to the formation of a secret society, a secret organization that was created by Cecil Rhodes. Very powerful and very wealthy individual.
Just read how bad he is.
And people have heard about him in history, and they know about the Rhodes Scholarship, and they think, well, isn't that nice? But they don't understand at all what that's all about. Cecil Rhodes, when he died, left his great fortune not to his family, not to his heirs, but for the creation of a secret society. And we know about this because there were some people very intimately involved with this organization who wrote about it. One of the best authors on this topic is Professor Carroll Quigley. He wrote several books.
Dude, I have his book.
Tragedy and Hope is the best known.
1,000 pages.
He described in detail the secret organization created by Cecil Rhodes, and he explains in these books he knows about them because he was invited by the organization into its inner circle. He was never a member of it, but he was invited in as their historian, and he was allowed to see their secret records and papers and study them for several years. And he knew all the important players, and he understood what it was about, and so he wrote these books. And it's an amazing thing because he laid out in great detail what the purpose of the organization was and how they were the major players in all of the big international events since and including World War I. The bottom line is that you take the roots of that organization and you find out that they created in all of the British dependencies what they call roundtable groups. And then around those little roundtable groups, they created front groups. And the purpose of these front groups and roundtable groups was to penetrate into the governments of all of these different countries, to penetrate into the media centers, to penetrate into the educational systems. In other words, to penetrate into the social fabric, the power centers of society, and literally take them over from the inside.
Subversion.
Without anybody being aware that they were controlling influence.
In the early 60s, a Georgetown University professor collects information for a book favorable to the network of powerful men who founded the CFR. For 2 years, Professor Carroll Quigley is allowed to examine the confidential papers and secret records of this network. Quigley reveals that these men aim to create a world system of financial control in private hands, able to dominate the political system of each country and the economy of the world as a whole.
Nailed it.
In short, they seek total and quiet control.
They totally did.
Of the entire world.
And they won.
And the CFR is their most visible conduit for carrying out that agenda. CFR members include America's wealthiest tycoons, as well as the highly placed elite in government, academic institutions, tax-exempt foundations, and the establishment media. Ruling Class Journalists, written by Richard Harwood, describes the CFR membership as the ruling establishment in the United States. The Washington Post article boasted that news reporters who are CFR members do not merely analyze and interpret foreign policy for the United States, they help make it. Who are these policymakers? Many of their faces are familiar. NBC's Tom Brokaw, CBS's Dan Rather, ABC's Barbara Walters, Jim Lehrer of PBS, William F. Buckley of National Review, media mogul Rupert Murdoch, owner of the giant multifaceted News Corporation. These media heavyweights, and many others like them, are members of the CFR.
The Norman Cousins Global Governance Award, Walter Cronkite.
Thank you very much, Richard, and I am delighted to be here in these new headquarters. I have been often to, I guess, the mothership in New York City, but it's good to have an outpost of the council right here down the street from the State Department. We get a lot of advice from the council, so this will mean I won't have as far to go to be told what we should be doing and how we should think about the future.
Give it all
away.
When
Bill Clinton delivered his acceptance speech at the 1992 Democratic National Convention, the only person he mentioned, other than his mother and grandfather, was his history professor at Georgetown University Foreign Service School.
As a teenager, I heard John Kennedy's summons to citizenship. And then as a student at Georgetown, I heard that call clarified by a professor named Carroll Quigley.
Professor Quigley's 1,300-page book entitled Tragedy and Hope described the small elite, which he said actually runs the United States. Quigley labeled it the network, and said it consists of men who are cosmopolitan and international, close to governments, equally devoted to secrecy and the secret use of financial influence in political life. Quigley wrote that this network always prefers big government, big federal spending, large foreign giveaways, and the stability of a planned society rather than the uncertainties of the free market. Professor Quigley taught his student from Hope, Arkansas, how to tap into the power centers of the network. When Bill Clinton became president, he surrounded himself with people who shared that vision.
Yeah.
When Bill Clinton took office in 1993, he appointed his Rhodes Scholar roommate as his personal foreign policy advisor. Strobe Talbot had spent 22 years as a writer for Time magazine, where his writings revealed his eagerness to get rid of patriotism, American sovereignty, and independence. In the July 20th, 1992 Time, Talbot wrote an article entitled, "The Birth of the Global Nation." He enthusiastically predicted that in the next century, nationhood as we know it will be obsolete. All states will recognize a single global authority. In fact, wrote Talbot, national sovereignty wasn't such a great idea after all. Talbot bragged about how our national sovereignty and independence have already been diminished by the International Monetary Fund and the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade, or GATT agreements. He boasted that the internal affairs of a nation are no longer off limits to world government. For his article, Talbot received an award from the World Federalist Association, a group committed to world government, and a congratulatory letter from Bill Clinton.
World government is the structure necessary for global justice.
Here we go.
You, sir. You, sir, have been a lifelong advocate of this principle, and it is appropriate, therefore, that we present you with this amethyst geode.
All right. It's a geode. I like it. It's a new geode. You're going to like this. You're going to like this a lot.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. First, we Americans are going to have to yield up some of our sovereignty. That's going to be, to many, a bitter pill. Any attempt to achieve world order before that time must be the work of the devil. Well, join me. I'm glad to sit here at the right hand of Satan.
We would like to bring you a message from the First Lady of the United States, Hillary Rodham Clinton.
Who's the daughter of the devil?
Good evening and congratulations, Walter, on receiving the World Federalist Association's Global Governance Award.
Large segments of our citizens believe that the United Nations is taking over whole blocks of counties in Kentucky and Tennessee, and some of them, they believe that we're in a concentration camp, and they're going to give our army to Russia and all that baloney.
The issue is, we live in an interdependent world. We have to cooperate with people. We're better off when we do. We're better off with NATO. We're better off with the United Nations. We're better.
Are we really better off, Eddie? And global governance. Demand the restoration of national sovereignty, Eddie. I stopped it here, so there's no more video.
I don't know.
I mean, did you hear that whole with sitting here at the right side of Satan?
Mm-hmm.
Are you not excited about that? Walter Cronkite is telling you that.
Of course.
Dude, it's fucking weird, right? How many times these guys say about Satan. That's something I've come to realize over the past, like, probably 5 to 10 years of watching these people talk, like when they talk about their God, because they will say, like, their God, but they don't say God. They say their God, right?
Yep.
What do you think they're talking about?
I don't know. You tell me, James.
Satan. Satan. Or Saturnalia. Good old Christmas. It's just fucking amazing, dude. Honestly, it fucking boggles my mind when I listen to these fucks. When you listen to them a second time, like the first time you hear me, like, oh, okay, and you start to kind of go with it. But when you listen to it a second time, you like start to go, Why? Well, why? Why would they say this? Or why would they make this as a comment? Or why would they even add this into their fucking thing? It's weird. Weird. But yeah, so this second video, I know this was like a more about the CFR, but this kind of like threw a little more at it as far as how evil they are. Any questions you got before going to the next thing?
No.
All right. So I think we're reading. Yeah, we are. All right. Do you want left or right? What do you want?
On the right.
Okay. So the good news is that you have heard in both of these groups about having one global government, correct?
Yeah.
Do you believe that any group of people from all around this supposed globe Earth that get together and meet, do you believe that they would want anything other than one government?
No, that's what they always want.
Right? Like, that makes the most sense. If you and I were to go to all these different meetings at all these different fucking places all around the world, and we all had like the same idea about, saying the people can't do this, the people shouldn't be allowed to drive their cars, they should stay at home, they should not buy this, they should not buy this, they should stay this, blah, 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 blah. We would all want one government, and it makes sense. If you think about it as a whole thing, it makes fucking sense that it should just be one government that controls everything. But like that one guy said, there's no such thing as a smart dictator. So, it ain't gonna happen, guys. Settle down. And also, different regions have different variables. Like weather variable, that's one thing, and all the variables, different people variables, all these different things, so there cannot be one single government. So get it off your fucking ass. Stop it. Okay. Does the CFR want a one world government? No! The Council on Foreign Relations, CFR, does not explicitly, keynote there, explicitly advocate for a single one world government, but promotes international cooperation, same thing, a rules-based order, and stronger global institutions led by the U.S., of course, which critics sometimes conflate with globalism or world government, though CFR focuses on managing world order through diplomacy and alliances. Yeah, so join us or you're gonna die. Sorry to laugh there. That's kind of what it is. Not a unified sovereign authority. Their goal is a stable international system, not the dissolution of national sovereignty into one entity. That whole paragraph is a joke within its goddamn self. I don't understand why Google AI would even tell you that whole paragraph, because it literally tells you that it's wrong within itself. But whatever. What the CFR actually promotes, this is, listen, Eddie, because we're telling you the truth. Liberal internationalism, fostering a world order through international organizations, democratic coalitions, and alliances. Global governance, strengthening existing institutions and international law, like the UN, WTO, to manage global challenges. U.S. leadership, maintaining American influence and security through diplomacy, alliances, and soft power. That literally means, like, listen to America, okay? Or you're going to get fucked. Managing competition, working with rivals like China on global issues while competing with them strategically. Get the fuck out of here. So you're going to let China enslave the Uyghurs and put everybody else in work camps, and you're going to say that you're working with rivals on global issues? Fuck you. That's such bullshit. I don't even know why. I almost feel like I shouldn't have put this in here. Why the confusion? Well, I guess actually I did put it in here because it's a big fucking joke. Sorry. Why the confusion? Globalism versus world government. The CFR's emphasis on global cooperation and international bodies is often labeled as globalism, a term used by critics who fear it erodes national sovereignty, leading to accusations of pushing for a one world government. Yeah, no shit. It's exactly what it is. Why was that a confusion? That's not a confusion. That's like reality. Conspiracy theories. Here we go. This is my favorite. The idea of a secret cabal, like the CFR, orchestrating a one world government is a long standing conspiracy theory, sometimes linked to New World Order narratives. That's all it has to say. Well, it's telling us the truth. In essence, the CFR seeks a more orderly, shocker, it's that right there. Orderly means what? What does that mean, Eddie? If it seeks a more orderly, cooperative world led by democratic powers, not a single unified world state.
You're gonna follow orders.
No, motherfucker, it's socialism. That's literally what it is. It's totally socialism right there all day. All right, go ahead and read the right side. Clowns.
How many
Clown
presidents?
world.
How many presidents have stated a new world order and were a part of the CFR? Well, several presidents, notably George H.W. Bush, used New World Order to describe post-Cold War cooperation, and many have been CFR members. It's hard to pinpoint an exact number because New World Order has varied meanings. But Bush Sr., Clinton, Bush Jr., and Obama will all use related languages and had CFR ties. And key examples: the Council on Foreign Relations.
That's a joke in itself,
is
right there.
Influential, and presidents often align with its global leadership vision, making it likely many presidents fit this description. So New World Order is also a conspiracy theory.
Shocker. Even though they fucking said it. They said these words, but it's still a conspiracy theory. Okay. All right.
Key presidents and New World Order, NWO concepts. George A.W. Bush Sr. famously articulated a vision for a New World Order in 1990-1991, emphasizing collective security and global cooperation after the Cold War. He was deeply involved with foreign policy circles that align with CFR's ideas. Bill Clinton spoke of a New World Order in terms of global integration and expanding democracy. Aligning with CFR's globalist perspective.
Womp womp.
George W. Bush Jr. used similar language about global leaderships and spreading
democracy.
Fitting the CFR's promotion of U.S. international engagement.
Shocker.
Barack Obama advocating for multilateralism and global partnerships, echoing themes often discussed within the CFR. Notes CFR blogs post. CFR's connection. The CFR promotes the U.S. leadership in global affairs, a concept underlying the New World Order idea, making it common for its member, many current former officials, to use similar phrases, says the Council of Foreign Relationships blog. Conclusion. While Bush Sr. is most famous for the phrase, many presidents since have embraced the spirit of a globally engaged, cooperative order that the CFR champions, making it more about alignment with CFR's broad vision than a simple membership count.
So, like that right there is a joke in itself. All these fucking presidents, especially because they're most recent presidents, like, all you fucks are talking about a New World Order, right? but yet they're gonna say that New World Order is a conspiracy. Eat shit. Like, these fucking presidents have said this during State of the Unions most of the time. Like, you're gonna give a State of the Union saying, yeah, we're gonna have a fucking New World Order. Fuck you. Like, that's a big deal. Like, we're gonna have a New World Order that's one world government. That's what it is. Stop it. I was just smack you in the goddamn mouth. Did you know about that?
What? The New World Order?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, they've said it multiple times. Even in like previous episodes, we have read about it.
We have seen that. Because it's all connected, Eddie. I'm going to put another graphic up. It's all connected. They're all connected. It's all together. It's nonsense. Nonsense. Oh. So yeah. Any other question you got before we go to the next thing?
No, it's like
it's a joke, right?
These past few ones is like of all secret societies, and like they are similar. Like most of them are similar. They, like I said,
Dude,
it's just
let me ask you a question. Let me
What's
ask you a question. If you had a group of billionaires, right? Because if you make it to the billionaire category, what world are you living in? You living in the normal world, or you living in some fantasy world?
I'm probably living in some fantasy world. They want to shape it
right
their way.
Right. So if you're living in some goddamn fantasy world, do you think? Well, first off, you're so out of touch with like how much it costs for milk and eggs, right? Like you're well beyond that. Do you think that all these fucks and all these fucking secret corporations and all these secret agendas and all these secret things where they have probably a lot of gay sex and all these kind of weird things that go on and all these different fucking things, do you think they care about the normal people? Do you think they actually know what happens to normal people? Or do you think that they want to just tell themselves that they're doing good by people?
I don't know. I think it's got to be a little bit of everything.
No. You miss the first part, because here's the thing. When you're a billionaire, guess what happens? Are you buying your groceries?
Well, like I said, I don't think so. They probably have somebody to do it for them.
You have your guy that you pay like $50,000 a year to go buy your groceries, right? And then he's also the chef, and he makes all the shit. And he makes it all. You know, I heard something the other day. Maybe it was today or a couple days ago, whatever it was. But even like President Trump was talking about his driver makes like $50,000 and he gets paid a lot. And that's like what he said. And it's like, motherfucker, you're a millionaire. Motherfucker makes $50,000. He ain't getting paid that much, okay? Like, let's settle down.
What is he driving? 100,000?
No. He's driving him around. He's his driver.
I'm just trying to say that the driver's driving a more expensive
vehicle is he driving? He's probably driving the Beast, which is like a $300,000 fucking limo.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say.
Yeah, so he's making a fraction of what it costs to even make the vehicle he's driving around the president in. Correct. You are right. You are totally right. You know, this is the kind of shit that makes me sick. All right, but let's move. Let's move on. Any questions you got about this nonsense about the one world government?
No.
Okay, because it is. That's what they want. They all want a one world government because they're all in charge. They all have all the money, and they want us all to be under one fucking umbrella. All right, this here is one of my favorite, and you can tell how old he looks in this video, which means that this is towards the end of George Carlin's career. But this is one of my absolute favorite videos as far as clubs. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay, you're going to like this too. It's not that long. It's only like 2 minutes.
Education. Politicians know that word. They use it on you. Politicians have traditionally hidden behind three things: the flag, the Bible, and children. No child left behind. No child left behind. Oh, really? Well, it wasn't long ago you were talking about giving kids a head start.
Right.
Head start, left behind. Someone's losing fucking ground here. But there's a reason. There's a reason. There's a reason for this. There's a reason education sucks, and it's the same reason that it will never, ever, ever be fixed. It's never going to get any better. Don't look for it. Be happy with what you got. Because the owners of this country don't want that. I'm talking about the real owners now. The real owners, the big wealthy business interests that control things and make all the important decisions. Forget the politicians. The politicians are put there to give you the idea that you have freedom of choice.
It's all fake.
You don't. You have no choice. You have owners. They own you. They own everything. They own all the important land. They own and control the corporations. They've long since bought and paid for the Senate, the Congress, the state houses, the city halls. They got the judges in their back pockets. And they own all the big media companies, so they control just about all of the news and information you get to hear. They got you by the balls. They spend billions of dollars every year lobbying to get what they want. Well, we know what they want. They want more for themselves and less for everybody else. But I'll tell you what they don't want. They don't want a population of citizens capable of critical thinking. They don't want well-informed, well-educated people capable of critical thinking. They're not interested in that. That doesn't help them. That's against their interest. That's right. They don't want people who are smart enough to sit around the kitchen table and figure out how badly they're getting fucked by a system that threw them overboard 30 fucking years ago. They don't want that. You know what they want? They want obedient workers. That's obedient workers. People who are just smart enough to run the machines and do the paperwork and just dumb enough to passively accept all these increasingly shittier jobs with the lower pay, the longer hours, the reduced benefits, the end of overtime, and the vanishing pension that disappears the minute you go to collect it. And now they're coming for your Social Security money. They want your fucking retirement money. They want it back. So they can give it to their criminal friends on Wall Street. And you know something? They'll get it. They'll get it all from you sooner or later because they own this fucking place. It's a big club, and you ain't in it.
What do you think about that?
Yep.
Unfortunately, it's like you can laugh about it, but that's the reality.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they will take our Social Security. It's already, like, how many times have you been told? How many times have you been told by the time you go for Social Security, it's not even going to be there?
Yeah.
A few times already. And it's like, motherfucker, you're like 28, 29.
Yep.
You're not even 30 yet. And you're already being told that your Social Security is not going to be there? And it's like the joke of the whole thing is, I was told that, and I'm 10 years older. Like, what the fuck? So, okay. So all this money I've been paying into this system that they've been stealing from my goddamn paychecks ain't going to be there when I get there? Great.
Nope.
What are they doing with it? Makes me sick. It should make you sick, too. Does it make you sick?
Well,
what do you mean? Well, it should make you fucking.
Well, it's
you
just
should say yes. I'm disgusted. I'm gonna throw up into my glass right now.
You know, yes, but I mean, how? Like, what exactly can two buddies and a lot of conspiracies?
No, two buddies. You fuck. Don't you even start with that nonsense, because two buddies and a lot of conspiracies is all about this. And we are here to make sure that everybody else, and honestly, that's part of the reason why I want to make sure that I bring all these other videos out so that people can see them and be like, and start getting frustrated. Here's the part of the issue, though. You know what the part of the issue is, Eddie?
What?
Have you ever heard of them taking our Loosh?
Loosh?
Yes. Okay. All right. So, I didn't think I was going to have to get into with Eddie, but I am. So, our Loosh is energy. They're energy stealers, right? Okay. So Eddie doesn't know about this.
That's like combining two like different languages, like our, like our. Loosh is loose in Spanish, means our light.
Yes! Okay, it's very similar. Yes, okay, good. So you're on board. All right, so good. I'm glad you understood that. I'm glad you're Espanol. So, yeah. So here's the thing, right? So Loosh is actually just energy stolen, right? That's what our reptilian overlords actually feast on, okay? So you've heard of people who steal your energy, right?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, good. All right, so imagine this on like a fourth dimension, though, right? So we live in the third dimension, so we cannot see these guys. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So the amount of negativity, so anything that happens, you stub your toe, you lose $10, someone punches you in the mouth, right? These are all loosh items, right? These are all negative energies that get stolen from the suckers, which are obviously like vampires. So imagine that there's vampires around you all the time, and they're on the fourth dimension, fifth dimension, and beyond. Okay? So they're taking energy from every different direction. Whether it be immediate, where you just lost, you just stub your toe. So that's immediate energy that's gone in the third dimension. Imagine that you had your girlfriend break up with you, right? Boom, that's fourth dimension because it's emotional energy that goes out. Okay? So there's different aspects of your energy that's being siphoned off by this group that feeds on energy. Okay? And just so you know, I'm keeping this all in the video because this is important. But what you need to do is make sure that you keep your frequency high. Okay? You need to make sure that if ever you get to a point where you feel yourself dip to where you feel negative, you jump yourself back up. Remember something fun. Remember something enjoyable. Okay? So if you say your girlfriend breaks up with you, who cares? Fuck her. There's a million other girls out there. FYI. But like if she breaks up with you, whatever, who cares? Bring yourself back up because you are so worth it. Everyone is so worth every single moment of life that we cannot bring ourselves back down. There's no reason to feed these guys. We have higher energy that's going to bring us to the fourth and fifth and sixth and seventh and continuing on to the dimensions that we cannot even comprehend. Because here's the thing. You ever ask someone about the first dimension?
Nope.
You know what the first dimension is?
Nope.
Neither do I. It's literally like if you draw on a piece of paper, that's it. Actually, I think that's 2 dimensions because it goes up and down. So if you draw on a piece of paper, that's 2 dimensions, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if you draw a cube, that's 3 dimensions.
Yeah.
Okay. So imagine, here's the thing. It's going to be difficult to understand. I can send you a link, and I'll put a link in the description so that way people can see the fourth dimension. There's actually a little kid. He's probably like 16 years old. It kind of explains the fourth dimension, which is kind of interesting. But if you imagine a cube inside a cube and then try to figure yourself in it, which is kind of weird, right? Like if you think of a cube in a cube in a cube and you're like looking at it. But just imagine that you're there looking at it. Because it's a possibility. We don't fucking know. So if you're outside of this cube looking at a cube, you're there. The issue is that because we've never seen this concept in reality, And because all of our teaching throughout all these years has told us we're so limited, we don't know how to touch it. We don't. But we have access to it. We have access to that and well beyond. It's a matter of actually going inward. Have you ever, let me ask you this actually, because you're not a big meditative fellow, right?
Nope.
You very rarely, when have you ever sat down and meditated for like an hour?
No.
Okay. Because Eddie is a tech fanatic. So I want you to do me a favor. Within the next, between now, this episode, and our next episode, which will probably be like 2 weeks from now, I want you to spend 30 minutes. And don't start right away going for 30 minutes. Start with 5, okay? You ready? Start with 5. So I want you to sit and relax. No sound. Try to turn off as many electronics as you can. I get that like your phone will be somewhat nearby and all these things, but try to turn off as many electronics as you can, but spend 5 minutes. Cross your legs, relax, try to get comfortable, and sit for 30 minutes, okay? Sit for 30 minutes, no sound, nothing around you. Try not to have a thought. Try to just sit and relax. And then after the 30 minutes. Oh, one thing actually here. I'll give you a little tip. One thing to pay attention to is your breathing. So breathe in deep. Breathe out deep. And then after you get done with that, if you could literally sit, listen to yourself breathe in for 5 seconds, out for 5 seconds, in for 5 seconds, out for 5 seconds, and you're paying attention to you counting in and out, you'll break your brain pattern. And you will not have all this nonsense coming in. And if you do that, if you try to do that for 30 minutes, it'll stop some of this nonsense that's coming in. And I literally want you to do that within the next 2 weeks. Within the next 2 weeks, spend at least 2 days. Okay? 2 days. Not asking a lot. Fucking 14 days, you can do 2 days of fucking 30 minutes, right? So I want you to spend that time figuring out, trying to just breathe in for 30 minutes, breathe out for 30 minutes. Okay? All right. In and out, in and out, in and out. And I guarantee you will be clearer in your brain and you will be able to come up with a whole bunch of random shit that you never thought of before. You ready for that? You ready for that test?
I guess.
Motherfucker, I'm putting you on the spot. Yeah, yes or no?
So, yeah.
All right, good. All right, so Eddie is on board. He is ready. He is going to try the experiment where he spends 2 days only, where he breathes in, breathes out, breathes in, breathes out, breathes in, breathes out, breathes in, breathes out for 30 minutes. That's it. Literally it. If you're only focusing on your breathing, it's going to help. It really is. You're going to be shocked. I'm actually really curious now. I want to get the next couple weeks. But yeah, any other questions you got before we go into the next thing?
Nope.
You know what it is?
What is it?
It's a thank you for watching. Because we really appreciate it. We really do. And honestly, to tell you the truth, like I was just mentioning, Eddie, if you could spend some time breathing and sitting with silence, without phones, without TVs, without any nonsense, it'll really help. It really will. Because these screens, everything is geared against us. It's set to fuck us. It really is. And I want to make sure that everybody gets a chance to actually Think your own goddamn thoughts. That's the only thing. Like, I know we're projecting a bunch of thoughts in your brain when you're watching us, and we are. That's true. We are. We're telling you how we think. I want you guys to think for how you think, because I guarantee you, I mean, you're probably going to be pretty similar, but like I guarantee you that you're going to have thoughts against what you've been told from the establishment. And that's really it. That's really it. We love you guys, and we want to make sure that you guys have a great life and a great experience. And if we listen to these clowns in charge, we're going to be fucked, guys. That's it. That's it. Eddie, what do you think about the guys in charge?
Well, there's not much to say.
It's tough to defend them, isn't it?
Yep.
Like when you look at these two smiling fellas here, like we're having a good time. We're ready to have some good times. But yeah, when we turn around and look at the clowns that are in charge of us, we're gonna fucking frown. That's it. We are. We're gonna frown. We're gonna be really sad, and then we're gonna go back into it. We're gonna go back to work the next day, and there's a better future for all of us if we all get together. That's it. That's it. I've been trying to say this for a long time now, and I want to make sure that everybody hears me because maybe you missed it before. So what do you think with your earring, Eddie?
No, it's I guess I gotta get an earring now.
You gotta get a left earring only, though.
Yeah,
because it was left on both sides. But no, honestly though, we love you guys. We appreciate it. We appreciate you watching this long, especially if you watch this long. Thank you. There's more information coming. We do have some good things coming up. We do have crop circles, which is going to be fucking great, and Dead Sea Scrolls. Those are literally the next two. So I'm really excited. I am actually really excited about hitting those two up. Yeah, because I got a million things for fucking crop circles. Oh my god. And then Dead Sea Scrolls is amazing too, because it's a lot of information that was lost forever that we recovered, parentheses up there, from the Dead Sea. So yeah. But other than that, yeah, thank you guys. I appreciate it. I love you guys. I really do. Eddie loves you guys too, even though he won't say it out loud.
Well, no, like I said all the time, like if you guys enjoy it, just listening to this, we appreciate it. And hopefully this continues, and
stop it, hopefully. Come on, it's continuing.
No. Well,
we're going, saying, dude. We're on a fucking. We just made it to 20. Put your claps on.
Just hold on.
Put your claps on. We made it to 20, Eddie. Hey, there we go. That's what I'm talking about.
But yeah, I know James hasn't asked me, but I'll say.
Oh yeah.
Right now, I'll go to 7.7.
Yes. Yes. I was literally gonna say 7.7. So yeah. Eddie's threat level, 7.7, baby. So he is moving on up. One of these days when we stop talking about goddamn secret societies, he might jump up a few points.
Yes. Like I said, they all have a common denominator. It's just like, it just seems like it's like a bunch of like, like friend groups. Like one of the friend groups gets
absolutely.
Pissed. It's like one gets pissed and then he forms his own friend group, and it's just.
Dude, tell me it's not fucking high school all over again.
It's just high school, but you got fuck you money, pretty much.
That's the joke. That's the fucking joke. That's the funniest thing ever. I'm glad he mentioned that, because when he was bringing up the, like, is this another secret society? Kind of I'm like, yeah, dude, it is. Yeah. These are another goddamn secret society that's in charge of us all. Absolutely. Makes me sick. But yeah, no, thank you guys. I appreciate it. And Eddie just loved you guys too. So yeah, thank you all very, very much. We are going to call this one a day with Eddie's earring on his left ear. But he actually looks. You know what the joke is that
I'm actually
Eddie,
glad they got it right on the left ear. Like
yeah,
AI
you
is
know, that's a
smart
good
enough.
point. I'm actually
It's
kind of
smart
surprised they didn't jump
to
into your
know
right because of
to know.
agendas.
Yeah. Oh, that's hilarious.
So adding this left, dude. You need next time I see you, better have a fucking left earring.
Oh no, I could have did.
Otherwise, I'm gonna jam a fucking
And then it's a
paperclip through
hoop
your ear.
earring. And then it's a gold hoop earring. No, I can't. That's no.
Dude, gold hoop earrings the way to go.
That's such 90s. That's legit like 90s all day.
You know what the funny thing is about this image too, though, is that like I was mentioning Eddie before we started this. His picture actually looks kind of close to him actually in real life. Whereas, I mean, I don't look like me on the right or on the left, but yeah, he actually looks very close. If you throw a sombrero on him, jam his ear with let his beard grow out a little bit more. And if I jammed his ear with a fucking paperclip and slammed the fucking earring through it, he'd be set. He'd be all set. I love it. Love it. Love it. But no, thank you guys. I love you guys. Eddie, one more time for the people.
Well, thank you all guys for tuning in one more time. And hopefully we bring you something else in Secret Societies next time.
I'm curious how many more we got to go. Oh, it's unfucking believable.
Yeah, no, that's pretty much it. Just thank you guys.
Perfect.
And we'll see what friend gets mad at the other friend and just creates a whole secret society for it.
Dude, for real, yeah. Steve,
you know
gets
what?
upset
I'm just
with Jay.
gonna call it a non-secret society because there's so much information about them.
Well, that's the joke. It's like 80% of the information has been divulged.
Yeah, or what if?
It's like,
what
okay.
if? Let me just. I just came up with this. What if there is a actual secret society, and they create these other fake secret societies to pinpoint your attention
Eddie,
elsewhere?
I'm gonna stop you right there.
I was just saying.
Have you ever heard of the Masons?
Yes.
Okay. That right there is what you're actually describing. So don't do that because we'll get removed from YouTube and Rumble. So if we go further into detail on that, we're just not gonna have videos for people. That's how that works.
All right.
Yeah, you got to be careful. You can't divulge all of it. You can only divulge a small percentage of it so that people can be like, "Oh, that's probably bullshit." And it's like, "No, that's real. That's real." What a fucking world, man. Oh, I like to say it every time. What a fucking world we're living in with this weird shit. These fucking secret societies take over, they take control, and they make decisions on our behalf. For our benefit, Eddie.
Yeah,
I'll say
that's
that.
the only one. They only want to do us good, okay?
They're helping us out, okay? You're better off because of them. Sad sigh. But yeah, I love you guys. Thank you guys very much for watching. I appreciate it a ton. I hope you have a great rest of the day and take care.
Peace.